I wonder what my dear sister Lynette is doing right now. Missing me to death, I'm sure. This is no time for distractions. Seriously, you have a great magician standing right here. You don't want to miss the best part, do you?
Tes. Oke, masuk ya. Tes. Oke, masuk ya.
So long as the audience thinks that seeing is believing.
Halo Pu,
there's
halo
no
Bro
limit to
NH.
the number of tricks
Selamat
I can
datang,
pull off.
selamat malam Bro NH. Apa kabar Bro NH, sehat? Kamera gue lupa sih ya, kamera. Capek kenapa? Kerja tah? Gue lagi bingung sesuatu. Sampai nguli daily di Fountaine seru gue belum gue udah bisa daily di Fountaine belum sih? Gue udah bisa daily di Fountaine belum ya? Gue nggak tahu. Gue bisa daily di Fountaine atau belum? Harus selesai Ak 2. Harus selesai Ak 2. Oh, gue belum. Gue belum bisa berarti ingat. Ayo sekarang mah kita farming dulu artefak. Oh, yang nonton masih 0 ini, padahal yang nonton ada 2. Hei, penipuan emang. Penipuan. Nyelesain achievement baru lawan bos co-op sudah nggak? Udah. Nyelesain achievement baru lawan bos co-op. Udah, waktu itu diajakin sama temen Discord. Ngabling, jadi udah kelar. Di hari pertama kalau nggak salah itu selesainya. Di hari pertama langsung selesai. Soalnya lagi butuh primo game juga kan. Gue belum ngerjain yang ini yang lawan bos-bos kayak gitu. Halo Bang Hola ID, selamat datang, selamat malam. Nih Linet aku udah ini loh. Talentnya udah 77 nih. Ayo. Sekarang mau nyari sumber primo gitu ya.
Stabilize.
Everybody stand.
The wind knows me.
As one with wind and cloud.
Now disappear.
Asik, udah bisa 100.000 skill E-nya coy.
Shia. Shia. Sa. Trap.
Let's light it up. Off we go.
Udah bisa 100.000. Ngeri juga. Talent Linet besok baru bisa di farming. Talent Linet besok. Talent Linet itu hari Senin, Sabtu, Minggu langsung. Kira-kira gua hoki nggak ya di artefak ini? Gua khawatir nggak hoki di domain ini. Woy.
Adventure time.
Khawatir lama gitu loh farmingnya tuh.
Teamwork is dream.
Into the wind.
Nanti teh bau dapatnya.
The birds come.
Shia. Shia.
I'm going in.
The wind knows me.
Nih stacknya 5 nih ya.
Everybody stand back.
Kita lihat nih stacknya 5 nih. Semoga nge-crit sih.
Gather.
Asik 130.000 coy. Kalau full stack skill aja 130.000 coy. Ngeri juga. Pede aja dulu. Lagi nggak pede euy akhir-akhir ini euy. Physical damage bonus. Ngeri juga. Tukang pesulap ini. Tukang pesulap dari Patui. Tak 5 enak bawa healer. Sama kita kumpulin stacknya sampai 2. 1. Oh anjir. Agak kekumpul, gue lupa darahnya. 2.
Solidify.
Sampai 3 bisa nggak? 3.
Let's light it
4.
up. Yeah. Teamwork is dream.
4 nih.
Into the wind.
Fallen leaves. Adorn my night.
Step right up.
Ya. Kagak nge-crit.
Shia.
Kagak nge-crit apa tadi Bennett udah hilang?
Stabilize.
Everybody stand back.
One with nature.
Let's get this show on the road.
Kalau dibarengin ulti langsung hilang coy, nggak asik. Kalau dibarengin ulti langsung hilang, nggak asik. Bau anjing. Bau banget artefaknya Gimana ini Kayaknya gue harus pemutihan dulu deh. Pemutihan. Lu ngapain puasa Senin Kamis Lip? Biar dapat artefak bagus di Genshin. Ngeri juga.
Solidify.
Teamwork is dream.
Into the wind.
As one with wind and cloud.
And voila.
Puasa muti demi artefak di Genshin.
Stabilize.
Going in.
Clouds high.
The birds come.
A round of applause. Shia.
Anjay, pakai Nazar demi arte. pakai nazar demi artefak di game 1 ini. HP.
Gather.
Everybody stand back!
One with nature.
Step right up.
Let's light
Tapi Line ini kayaknya bakal susah ya dibawa ke Spiral Abyss kalau tanpa Zhongli menurut aku.
Adorn my nights.
Now disappear.
Menurut gue sih gitu ya. Kayaknya ini karakter kalau misalkan dibawa Spiral tanpa Zhongli susah deh.
Adventure time! Everybody stand back!
Into the wind.
Let's get this show on the road.
Bawa Dehya. Nah kecuali bawa Dehya. Oh bawa Dehya, Monopyro. Iya bawa Dehya. Tapi Dehya aja belum dibuild. Gimana tuh? Kayaknya bisa juga kalau bawa Dehya. Kan skillnya nambah resist. Bawa Dehya. Jadi nanti partinya Line, Dehya, Bennett, Xiangling, Kajuha, The Real Monopyro. Kalian udah pada makan malam belum?
Solidify.
Teamwork is strength!
One with nature. Clouds high.
The birds come.
And voila.
I'm going in!
Into the wind.
Fallen leaves. Adorn my.
Gather.
A round of applause. Step right up.
Ganyunya Pyro ini. Gak dikasih satupun yang bagus. Sedih juga ya. Satu gitu dikasih yang bagus.
Teamwork is dreamwork!
Clouds high. The birds call.
And voila.
Going in!
Akhirnya gue punya karakter bow yang
Here
bagus ya.
comes the finale. Now disappear.
Satu gitu. Ganyu Pyro tapi pakai mekanik darah. Mekanik darahnya itu
Of course.
jadi bikin asik sih bagi gue ya. Bagi gue mekanik darahnya itu malah bikin kayak lebih seru aja gameplaynya. Nggak bisa ngasal.
Teamwork is dreamwork!
One with nature.
As one with wind and cloud.
Solidify.
Step right up.
Let's light it up! I'm going in!
Fallen leaves. Adorn my.
Gather.
Menca doang ah. Halo saya, halo Malaikat Epil, halo Candy, selamat datang, selamat malam. Mama jalan, aku pulang. Seriusan? Di PT berapa pulangnya? PT berapa tuh? Kenapa arte ini yang wangi? Tapi nggak usah deh, nggak apa-apa, nggak usah nego. Kok yang itu yang wangi? Mami jalan, aku C1 55 red on, nice. Gak terlalu hard lah ya 55. 55 masih hijau gak sih? Mulai konsisten lagi yuk, streaming jam segini setiap hari. Seru kayaknya. Jadi nanti langsung tidur gitu habis streaming. Main Valorant berarti bisa diganti jamnya tuh jadi pagi. Sama ngerjain banyak hal berarti pagi. Gas. Siapa ini namanya? Pardan. Ak 2 nya lama gak ngupload quest? Kalau misalkan hari ini sepi, nggak ada yang mau dibantu atau nggak ada apa-apa, kita ngerjain quest Arkon Ak 2 ya. Yakin habis live streaming langsung tidur pas match PRX. Iya, yeah, gue ada pertemuan lagi tanggal 25. Gue minta diundur pertemuannya, jangan tanggal 25. Demi PRX nih bu. Pengen ngelihat PRX masuk final nih bos. Gue bakal minta undur pertemuannya. Alasannya apa ya? Alasannya ada turnamen lah. Lumayan lah, tapi nggak selama Ak 1. Nggak selama Ak 1. Seru nggak? Seru nggak? Kita lihat hari ini rame atau enggak. Ini ngapa dah? Yang nonton gue 1 orang. PRX fanboy ini bos.
This is no time for distract.
Lagian PRX seru. Lumayan seru sih story Arkon juga kan. Harusnya kalau misalkan story Arkon seru gak sih? Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh Bang Deka. Apa kabar Bang Deka, sehat? Ini ngebug apa gimana? Ini salah satu kenikmatan daily. nggak perlu jalan gitu. Teleport langsung nyampe. Gitu. Kalau misalkan semua daily kayak gini seru kayaknya. Menurutmu apa benar saat ini kau masih mencintaiku? Katanya bakal ada sistem daily baru, tapi nggak tahu kapan bakal dimunculkannya. Sistemnya tuh kayak gimana? Lagi sakit bre, game sebelah gagal S1 Momi Kafka. Astray. Game sebelah ganti banner ya? Udah ada yang ngerjain quest belum? Udah ada yang ngerjain quest daily belum? Daily apa? Quest story. Udah lama sih minggu terakhir ini bannernya. Minggu depan ganti patch. Oh, kemarin itu live streaming developer, bukan ganti banner. Ya kemarin-kemarin live streaming developer ya. Oh ini di atas coy, teleportnya lewat mana ini? Yang enak. Teleportnya lewat sini kah yang enak? Di atas bener. Lewat sini coy. Halo Kulus, nanti kita ketemu lagi. Nanti aku ambil kamu ya. Dadah. Sudah semua sama worldnya gue. Tinggal nyari beberapa chest doang buat 100-in. Ini udah. Kulus sudah. Oh ngeri sih Kulus sudah. Ngapling Kulus sudah. Udah berapa persen pak explore Fountaine? Belum. Kemarin gue turu anjir. Kemarin gue tidur 12 jam. Nah gue tidur kemarin 12 jam tuh. Tidur lagi habis maghrib kan kocak. Makanya kemarin gak streaming tuh.
Happy to oblige.
Tidur gue.
The wind knows me.
Teamwork is strength.
Gue heran kemarin kok gue ngantukan gitu.
Following orders.
Jadi belum ada progres lagi nih Genshin ini.
I need everybody to stand back.
One with nature.
Let's get this show on the road.
Ya tuh Kulus juga ada yang miss. Kulus ada yang miss. Kulus total gue kan udah lihat. Kulus total tuh ada 85 di map ini. Malam halo Arse.
Thank you for
Selamat datang, selamat malam Arse.
add astro.
Bennett. Yun. Oke. Karena gua malas nyari batu tapi gua butuh batu. Jadi gua bakal membiasakan diri untuk ke Liwe dan bertanya di mana posisi batu. Jangan yang dikasem, di Liwe aja. Map baru keluar kapan lagi ya? Katanya sih 4.1 ada map baru lagi. Kurang gede map ini. Iya emang kurang gede. Kita lihat aja nanti map yang lainnya. Sapa warga Indonesia dulu. Selamat malam warga Indonesia. Sih, kamu kangen gak? Tentang hasil pertambangan Liwe. Kan? Jadi kita ambil yang kelihatan di map aja tapi konsisten gitu. Kangen Palo. Kok kangen Palo? Pagi Bang, halo Bang John. Selamat datang, selamat pagi Bang John.
Solidify.
Definisi malas nyari batu, tapi butuh batu. .1 ekspansi ke bagian atas. Sudah bisa dilihat tuh ada banyak balok air di langit. Oh, nice. Nice info. Berarti benar 4.1 bakal ekspansi ke atas. Pelebaran.
Gather.
Perasaan masih ada. Gua ulti juga nih. Mana deh? Oh no 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 no. Oh itu. Jangan nyampe turun ke bawah berarti. Hop hop. Hop hop. Wah katanya. Gila, untung gua pemanjat handal. Ini di mana? Satu lagi. Di bawah. Oh, ini di sini. Baru ngeh yang ini nih. Nah, ini dia. Hop. Oh, banyak juga.
Stabilize.
Nyempil satu guys. Nah, cukup kita lanjut ke Fountaine. Halo Lip, halo Jaki. Linei bagus bang. Gimana ya, Linei bagus atau enggak? Subjektif menurut aku bagus dari segi damage, tapi enggak bagus dari segi gameplay. Dalam artian gameplaynya tuh butuh diperhatiin. Gameplaynya nggak kayak Ganyu yang asal CA bisa ngedamage. Ada beberapa syarat kayak gitu. Kalau misalkan Bang John main di HP, gak usah gacha, susah mainnya. Tapi kalau misalkan Bang John main di PC, bisa dipelajarin, nanti jadi kebiasaan. Halo Ki, selamat datang, selamat malam. Itu menurut aku sih kekurangan dan kelebihan Linei. Kalau dari segi damage gede deh. Mau ngapain ya? Oh mau ini coy. Ini aja gue belum coy. Ah ini aja belum. Gue mau ngelawan Krabby Patty. Bang joki explore dong, kurang 5%, susah banget, boro-boro joki explore. Ini mana Krabby Patty-nya itu tuh. Cara ngelawannya gimana? Kita harus apa? Zhongli, ini pertama kali gue nyelam pakai Zhongli, kok agak aneh ya? Zhongli. Pertama kali gue nyelam pakai karakter yang tinggi, kok agak aneh ya? Lucu ya. Kok gue nggak tega yang ngehajar ya. Lucu. Wah tapi gue dihajar. Au. Wih sakit juga. Teke gue. Maaf ya, ini misi. Maaf ini misi. Anak-anaknya kasihan jadinya. Aku ini menghilangkan ibunya. Anak-anaknya kasihan. Ya udah, gimana kalau kalian ikut juga? Biar adil gitu kan. biar ibu kalian tidak kesepian di alam sana. Kalian harus ikut ibu kalian juga kalau gini caranya. Sayonara. Mana deh. Bisa dipakai counter attack itu. Gimana bos 3 juta HP? Udah selesai bos 3 juta HP. Halo Kak Nurul, selamat datang, selamat malam. Kok kayak ubur-ubur? Lah, Kamu anak yang tertinggal apa gimana? Hei, hei. Sepertinya dia anak yang tertinggal. Kamu harus ikut ke alam sana. Sayonara. Udah 2 belum, baru 1. Yang di atas. Mau apa? Animal abuse. Gua kasihan tapi gimana lagi kalau misalkan gua tinggalin sendiri, nanti emaknya di alam sana sendiri gitu loh. Kalian tuh harus mikir jauh gitu. Nggak bisa kayak gitu, nggak bisa. Tahu nggak sih bang, kemarin aku baru sadar kalau karakter kita berenang bagian belakang karakternya kena sensor gelombang. Oh iya. Aku juga baru ngeh. Dari kemarin aku pakai karakter yang gak terlalu sus soalnya. Kita bisa ganti karakter gak sih pas di dalam air? Oh kita bisa ganti karakter juga pas di dalam air. Baru ngeh guys, siapa di sini yang baru ngeh juga? Ternyata ketika kita menyelam, pantat dari karakter itu disensor. Tuh, disensor sama gelembung ceritanya. Tuh. Gue baru ngeh coy. Pantat Jongli. Jongli gini banget berenangnya. Kok aneh ya? Karakter yang tinggi kok aneh ya gerakannya ya? Jujur aneh banget gerakannya karakter tinggi. Ini pertama kalinya gue pakai karakter tinggi. Jujur bagi gue aneh karakter tinggi buat berenang. Kecuali Kiki, seriusan. Dari awal sudah kena sensor sponsor. Jadi sini bang, kejar achievement. Kamu di mana? Mas Yano di mana? Kok nggak ada? Oh di atas gua, kocak. Kemana mas? Cobain Kiki renang bang. Cobain Kiki. Iya karakter Loli belum dicoba juga. Kita coba karakter Loli. Yau dulu deh. Yau lucu. Counternya mana ini? Kok nggak ada counternya? Oh ini dia. Nggak kena. Kamehameha, anjay. Sehingga Shuriken, anjay. Chidori, waduh. Masih. Bayangin sama kalian spiral abyss di dalam air, anjay. Gimana spiral abyss di dalam air, konsepnya gimana? Rip aim. Ini dulu mas, nyelesain ini dulu mending. Tidak dapat, oh nggak bisa. Masa aku mau ngerjain buku catatan sejarah, disuruh sama guru, nggak bisa co-op. Mas mau ngapain lagi nih? Udah tahu Furina nangis lip? Belum. Suren gue kalau spiral kayak gitu. Suren. Mas Yana teleport kah? Iya Mas Yana teleport. Ikutan aku aja. Seriusan nih, ya wes. Mau ngapain sih? Ada Easter egg. Mumpung masih fresh. Ayo tuh. Apa kamu mau ngambilin precious chest? Tadi kulus di sana keambil ya? Enggak kan ya? Jangan pakai yau-yau deh. Pakai kokomi kayaknya menjiwa itu, tapi aku nggak ada kokomi. Coba pakai siapa ya yang cukup menjiwai di dalam air? Menurut kalian siapa yang cocok? Siapa ya karakter yang cocok selain kokomi di dalam air tuh siapa ya? Masa musang ada di dalam air? Anjay, musang kebun ada di dalam air coy. Linet. Mana Mas Sen? Di atas gua kah? Enggak. Mana Mas Sen? Wah, lawan raja kepiting gini. Counternya mana? Wah. Jadi ini nenek moyangnya kepiting yang kita tadi bunuh, guys. Kok punya gue mah kagak ada damage ya? Kepiting ini counternya masih yang tadi. Kita dapat precious chest kayaknya. Kok nggak ngedamage punya gue mah? Dia malah jadi shield. Kocak. Kecil banget damage-nya. Wah, kayaknya gue harus salah counter. Kayaknya gue harus bawa ikan pari. Ikan pari sakit ya. Yang shuriken tadi. Aku serahkan padamu, Mas. Iya itu tahan, harus kena serangan dulu. Ha. Malah nge-shield. Ha. Kena teke. Kecil banget damage-nya. Secuil doang. Bang minta primo game baru dilepas. Boro-boro minta primo game. Gue ini pengen signaturnya Line. Belum juga emas. Masih mending dapat. Wih, dapat 2 precious chest. Mana lagi? Orang bisa punya Tignari ya? Kan gua mah gacha. Waktu Tignari ada di banner gua gacha Tignari. Wih, tabungan kita ada 3. Wih, mantap. Kok tumben ya PT ini belum muncul ya? Biasanya aku senjata PT 50 muncul. Kok belum muncul ya? Musang kebun gak pakai arte kali. Emang ngaruh artefak pakai Raiden Raiden masuk air kayak gini jadi lelestrum kali ya. Sini Lip. Sini kemana Dan? Lagi nyari chest. Jadi lele, jadi belut strum, belut listrik, lele setrum. Kok gimana jadi lele strum tuh gimana konsepnya? Lele. Di sini pernah ada yang kena pati lele gak? Ini konternya. Ini yang mana? Oh, ini mah gelembung. Wih, sakti dia ngilang. Wuhuu. Ih, cantik juga Raiden. Oh, Mas Yano bisa gitu sih? Oh, gitu nih caranya. Tangan Widi. Mas Eno yang achievement co-op pada kalian yang achievement co-op pada udah selesai belum? Itu kerjain tuh. Ngelawan bos doang tuh. Yang achievement co-op. Bang kok pantsunya nggak kelihatan? Iya disensor pakai sama gelombang. Soalnya nanti orang-orang kayak kamu pasti negatif. Jadi disensor. Oh ini satu lagi pakai hyper blue mas, let's go. Pakai hyper blue atau enggak pakai ya pakai dendro lah intinya karena dia ini. Nah udah gini. Ayo. Udah gini. Didoublein healnya. Aw. Slime 3 juta HP part 2. Bukan 30 juta kata si Kejun, 30 juta kocak. 3 juta ini tuh. Jongli Yelan Tatang Lini, kenapa tuh? Halo, selamat datang Obito Uchiha. Ah sombong, bukannya sombong kan lagi ngerjain ini. Dapat achievement lagi. Achievement sama dengan Primo Game. Itu thumbnailnya maksud gue bang. Oh iya, banner itu maksudnya. Banner sekarang. Sudah mas.
Just let me know if you ever find yourself in a pinch. I can help.
Kemana lagi Mas Yano hilangnya? Selamat datang di channel aku Obito Uchiha. Ayo, hayu meluncur. Kok kemarin gua ngerasa nggak ngeh di sensor ya? Mana sih counternya? Nah ini enak nih. Wih, langsung hilang deh. Suara di dalam airnya tuh bikin tenang. Jadi pengen berenang. Udah lama nggak berenang. Terakhir kali kayaknya 2 tahun yang lalu deh gue berenang. Tapi gue nggak bisa berenang sih sebenarnya. Cuman bisa ngambang. Pas gue nyoba berenang kayak orang-orang nggak maju-maju ngehe lah. Di sini apa yang nggak bisa berenang apa cuman gue doang ya? Siapa lagi di sini yang nggak bisa berenang? Ih, ngemis. Halo bang, iya bang, cuma lu doang yang nggak bisa. Oh ya udahlah ya, nggak masalah kan. Soalnya kita untung gua nggak tinggal di Fountaine. Kalau gua tinggal di Fountaine baru bermasalah kan, gua nggak bisa berenang gitu. Gua tinggal di pegunungan ya. Halo Syahbandi. Mas Eno kemana? Makan lu. Kok kalian social distancing gitu sih musuhnya? Deketan lah. Oh gitu caranya. Nah, jalur meninggoy anjir nahida gua. Let's go. Berapa berarti tadi Precious yang udah keambil? Precious apa Luxurious tadi? 4. Udah 3 ya? 3 apa 4 ya? Lupa gua. Salah bang. Masalah kenapa? Gue jadi sedih nggak bisa berenang. Tapi waktu gue zaman sekolah gue nekat bisa loh. Waktu itu gue masih inget ujian renang. Sedih nggak tidur. Lu kenapa gak tidur Ratu bang? Tidur itu penting loh bang. Mana Mas Eno ngapain? Kok ngambil ini? Ini sakit juga tapi ya. Sakit tapi lama gitu. Ngejer lucu. Mana lagi musuhnya? Wih, gue lupa lagi nanda-nandainnya. Berarti ini mah kepalang mas, harus nyampe selesai. Gak boleh nyampe nggak selesai. Suaranya lucu banget, dang dung. Selesai kah? Sedih nggak tidur? 54, 100 primo game lagi, cari di mana 100 primo ya? 100 primo cari di mana? PT berapa sih? Ayo dari kemarin gue liatin PT berapa, tapi nggak dapet. 53, 55 lah, tolong pulang atuh ini mah. Ngapain lagi nih? Oh, ini puzzle. Jadi ngambil chest gini, ya udahlah. Ayo. Sapi. Udah mati tuh, satu lagi. Aci gamispo. Mulai nih. Sini bang, pyro dong. Pyro.
Something on your...
And then, oh ini. Harus dipindahin gitu.
Take it easy.
Oh, kita nggak bisa nyelam sih di sini. Oh, di sini nggak bisa nyelam, guys. Terus? Oh, gitu.
Guess this'll go into my magic pocket.
Coy, gue mau kemana ini? Coy, gue mau dibawa kemana ini? Mas, tolong, gue mau dibawa kemana ini? Ini teleportnya ya, jauh bener. Buset. Oke, gue jadi tahu. Loh. Gitu caranya. Ada apa di sini? Gak ada apa-apa. Ada glitch tergini. Gua kan udah kesini kan, udah. Dino 100. Membutuhkan hydrocore yang dipadukan dari hydrogenium. Oh, gitu caranya. Oh, kalau ini bisa co-op berarti.
Into the wind.
Bisa di loh, mana lagi? Oh, ini.
Time to go. One with nature.
Ini apa? Oh, gitu caranya. Itu satu. Kok nggak bisa? Membutuhkan hadapan yang dipadukan dari hari itu. Oh. Ini kan.
Drop.
Lah kok gua mati anjay. Masya Allahnya kemana? Saat karakter Fountaine keluar dari air, mereka loncat tapi tidak dengan kokomi coy. Karakter Fountaine doang yang bisa. Oh matiin dulu airnya pak. Iya harus dimatiin dulu. Skill isu karakter Fountaine dan MC nggak? Oh MC bisa. Lah dia nyala lagi.
Time to go.
Harus pakai karakter Hydro kah? Iya lan. Thank you deh. Mata air menyembur dari dalam. Hah? Oh tiba-tiba di sini jadi air. TK-nya 14.000. Awan kepiting ini juga ya. Ngeselin. Lama soalnya. Kepretan maut. Jauh bang. Apa? Pas dia nge-shield ngejauh gitu. Biar tak urus. Anjay. Lagi seneng banget main di dalam air apa gimana tuh? Ya udah kalau misalkan kamu pengen yang lurus, kalau mau sakit lo harus nerima serangan sambil tahan terus baru lepas. Oh. Jangan ngehindar dari serangannya gitu. Ini kemana? Wih, arus dalam apa disebutnya teh? Arus laut. Widih. Widih. Wih, keren coy. Wih, keren. Idi anjir, keren anjay. Anjay, GG juga. GG coy, arus lautnya GG.
Body and mind.
Body and mind. Lip, kenapa Zaki? Kayak Beido kurang lebih.
Quiet. Body and mind.
fun's over. Rain outlines your fate.
Wih, apa ini? Lah. Oh. Let's go, diasuh sama Mas Eno. Ih, asik. Ros Fahri, Miau Au. Bagi Bunga Line, Dok, boleh. Boleh, tapi nggak tahu udah respon atau belum. Aku nggak tahu udah respon atau belum Bunga Linenya. Masuk aja. Tapi tes. Kamu teh kenapa sih, Anis? Anis, kamu tuh kenapa? Kamu mau ngobrol? Kamu gabut apa gimana? Aku jadi khawatir nih. Lah, ada bocil. Skip. Jangan terlalu idealis. Aku mau jadi skip anak. Skip. Kalau quest nggak ada polisnya. Tempat objek di posisi yang sesuai. Tempatkan objek di posisi yang sesuai. Kameranya gini, kalau Genshin kameranya gini gimana ya? Genshin lu kameranya kayak tadi gitu gimana ya? Dari atas gitu loh. Kayaknya boleh deh dijadiin referensi gitu, looknya di atas gitu. Sekarang kan paling deket nggak terlalu atas gitu ya. Bakalan susah maininnya kalau pakai drone views. Nah, drone views maksudnya. Kalau mapnya nggak ada gua enak kayaknya. Idi 20 primo. Selesai. Ini apa? 100 primo, let's go. Ditambah yang achievement. Ambil. 125, let's go. Terus belum yang ini kan, selesai kan. Nah, cakep. Kalau hack and slash-nya lebih cocok pakai TPP. Habis tinggal ambil dari achievement. Bakalan susah mainnya kalau pakai drone views. My singing monster. Oh. Iya, Bang. Bang Anis, Ibu Anis, Kakak Anis. Terima kasih sudah mampir. Jangan lupa di like juga. Mainin bosnya aja yuk. Bos apa? Aku udah selesai bosnya. Yang achievement bos. Achievement bos kan? Ini ada chest yang belum keambil, kocak. Yang dari buju. Bisa itu ngerjainnya li polo koop tapi nggak ditunjukin tempatnya. Dari buju tuh yang mana? Buku. Oh. Emang bisa koop? Oh, yang ini bisa koop. Tapi enggak di bos. Kalahkan Nemesis op. Oke, hayu. Nanti kita ke mari. Kamu sudah duluan ternyata. Gimana Jaki? Masih ada atau enggak? Jaki di sini udah respon Jaki. Material punya Linei. Ada banyak tuh. 1 2 3 4 5 ada 10 kalau nggak salah di sini. Di sini juga masih ada. Mas Yono pakai apa? Pakai jalan. Gak apa-apa. Di sini masih ada nih. Nih. Jak. Sini masih ada. Sini satu, sini satu. Bentar, yang belum yang mana ya? Lupa tadi. Nemesis of Coppelius. Bentar, gue belum ganti karakter, kocak. Ya kepalang dah, elah gue kagak pakai.
Things are about to get dicey.
Now disappear.
A round of applause.
Gotcha.
And what?
You're running cold. Allow me.
Beuh, cakep. Perasaan ini tadi udah ya. Ini tuh yang ini di mana ya? Ini tadi udah diambil. Ini udah diambil. Nanti deh.
So long as the audience thinks that seeing is believing, there's no limit to the number of tricks I can pull off.
Beuh, cakep. Gacha nggak sih? Emas, tolong dong ini mamas. Biru, elah. Biru, emas dong. Tolong, emas, biru. Capek dah. Pengen nangis gua. Kok keras gitu loh. PT berapa? 55. Tadi 4. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 apa? 50. 53 tambah 4 57. 57. Kamu di mana? Mau apa ini? Baru 57, 70 cukup lah. Enggak lah, senjata biasanya 50-an sama 60-an udah keluar. Soalnya senjata itu nyampe 80. Jangan kocak anjay. Doa lu kayak gimana sih ngapling, jahat bener, parah. Oh ini. Pakai karakter. Pakai Bennett Konten ngab konten enggak gitu anjay. Apa ini teh?
I wonder if this chest is some kind of trick.
Oh, yang di sana.
Take it easy.
Here comes the finale.
Time's over. Busted.
Oh,
Teamwork is dreamwork.
wah nyasar.
I wonder if this chest is some kind of trick.
Perasaan ini gue udah ngalahin. Emang ada berapa?
I
Topik
wonder what
aja
my dear sister
65.
Lynette is doing right now. Missing me to death, I'm sure.
Hari ini gue cuma ngikutin Mas Seno, kocak. Mana Mas Seno? Ini siapa? Ini si Jaki. Mas Seno di mana? Ini hoi. Celestial HD, Aci GameSpot, Sapi. Waduh. Makin gak ngerti gua sama Bang Anis teh. Bang Anis teh gak ngerti gua mah. Tungguin. Nyasar nggak gua? Nggak kan? Agak euy. Hah, anjing? Paimon tadi ngomong anjing. Oh, itu ada anjing. Gua kira dia ngomong kasar, kocak. Gua kira Paimon ngomong anjing gitu loh. Aduh. Paimon toxic. Mas, ini apa sih?
And now I'll make it all disappear. Just
Yo bro, halo Matdus. Selamat datang. Ada yang bisa dibantu? Ngapain lagi mas? Loh, kamu malah diem. Bukannya tadi ini disentuh ya? Kok nggak bisa sih? Gimanain ini teh? Arahin ke sini. Oh gitu. Wait. I know. Map. Udah tadi. Ah.
Guess this'll go into my magic pocket. Hup.
Yang nyala arahin. Ah, kita kemana? Ada yang nyala nih. Mas, kita kemana?
Everybody stand!
Guess this'll go into my magic pocket. So long as the audience thinks that seeing is believing, there's no limit to the number of tricks I can pull
Udah itu
off.
aja sih. Oke. Aku mau ini. Mau apa namanya? Mau ngerjain yang di buku. Habis ngerjain yang di buku, kita nge-quest. Aku belum quest. Aku pengen ini. Pengen quest Arkon. Hari ini sepi kan? Di bawah 10? Oke. Kalau di bawah 10 kita quest Arkon. Selamat melanjutkan buku biologi gitu. Guys, kalau kamera gua lagi kayak dulu gimana? Gini nih. Nah. Kameranya kayak dulu. Depan komuk. Gas Arkon. Nanti dulu kita ngerjain buku dulu, santai. Santai aja gak sih? Kita dapat co-op. Mas Eno udah keluar belum? Thank you by the way. Bisa nyicil PT. Apa gua nabung ya? Apa gua nabung nyampe 10 baru gacha abis itu. No. Nabung 10 kali terus nanti dapat 2. Hidih, ngeri juga. 10 aja siapa tahu double. Ya udah nabung sampai 10. Gue mau ngapain ya tadi? Oh, ini mau ngerjain ini. Jelek. Bagusan tadi ah. Apa miringnya di sini? Ngadepnya gini, set. Agak enak kocak. Udah paling bener gini. Nah, udah paling bener tuh. Tapi kok kayak kurang tekuk, kamu kurang nekuk. Nah, baru. Sabung sampai bisa 10 kali full. Sabung atau lu mau ngadu ayam sabung. Kalau ini di mana? Perang. Oh dia tuh posisinya pada dekatan gitu. Oh ini coy, di bawah. Kok gue malah jadi gelut gini? Woi, gue belum persiapan senjata. Mana ya senjatanya? Kabur. Ini apa? Ada ini ya? Orang kabur. Tabung. Sambung sampai sabung nabung. Apa sih? Kulus. Belum, nanti kulus. Ada yang apa rute baru Fountaine nggak? Rute baru. Rute baru apa? Kulus buat ngambilin. Ngapling udah kulus katanya. Tapi kayaknya dia mah kagak ngapalin rute deh. Ini di atas ya? Gue mah explore ambil. Gue mah di nanti. Loncatnya kuing. Bukannya ini udah tadi? Oh bukan.
Let's light it up. Going in.
Into the wind. As one with wind and cloud.
Stabilize.
Now disappear.
Asik. Selesai. Mas Eno nanti gacha siapa rencananya?
One with nature.
Gua mah ambilin bae dah, bodo amat.
It's a miracle.
Beuh. Apa itu nabung sampai 10? Gacha lah. Oh, gua kira emas ngehe. Dapet sakri. Udah mau teriak ternyata biru yang ungu yang muncul. Teh. Gimana rokoknya? Apakah udah habis belum?
Oh, ow.
Sakri gue teh R berapa? Jangan di R3, jangan di R5-in deh. Kalau nggak salah gue cuman punya satu deh. Nggak punya lagi. Sakrinya mana tadi sakri? Ini Paponius ternyata gue ada. Ada Paponius yang belum. Paponius tombak. Gimana cara ngelihatnya? Gimana sih cara ngelihatnya biar tombak-tombak semua? Ini. Izin kawan mandi dulu, pengen buang air kecil. Akhirnya bang, dapat sakri sword setelah ngebadut R2 tulai. Ah. Akhirnya ya. Kita rapihin ini dulu. Kita R5-in. Refine. Gak sia-sia bang. Iya gak sia-sia gacha. Sarkas banget lu Kuli ngehe. Banyak banget ini sword. Akhirnya dapat sakri, ya Allah, setelah lama. Pengen naikin artefak ini deh. Gue penasaran. Nah, ini berpotensi ini dilihat-lihat. R4-in aja, jangan dulu lah. Nah kan, kita gambling di sini ya. Gue mencium hal-hal yang bagus nih. Kalau misalkan crit damage-nya 6. Beuh, cakep. Beuh. Maknyes. Mana yang kita tumbalin ya? Nah ini ya tumbalin. Jangan deh. Ini apa? Crit rate, crit damage. Nyari tumbal. Apa ya? Dep 18%, ngeri juga ini. Dep 18%. Apa ya? Yang ditumbalin lagi? Ini apa? Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Crit damage. Cakep. Attack 10%, crit damage 28%. Let's go. Bunga sudah dapat yang bagus untuk Line. Pyro damage bonus juga oke. Halo Bang Lip, halo Nur. Belum Kok nggak ada crit rate-nya bang? Soalnya Line naik crit rate 20%-an. Jadi cukup harusnya. Berarti di bulunya sama di kepalanya harus bagus. 2 Mercedes, 2 Crimson. Hasilnya bagus gak ya? Kita lihat. Masalahnya crimsonnya nggak ada lagi Mas Eno. Crimsonnya cuma ada di bunga doang. Tuh. Crimsonnya teh cuma ada di bunga doang. Nggak ada lagi. Lip talent Linet, si Linet gimana? Kalau gua normal attack sama skill dulu barengan. Burst terakhiran. Wah, resin. Oke. Mari kita ngerjain quest. Kuli udah quest belum? Jaki udah quest belum? Mas Eno udah quest belum? Quest Arkon. Quest nih, yakin mau quest. Ala crit rate-nya gini lagi. Coba kalau misalkan di sini crit damage, cakep kayaknya. Let's go, kita quest Arkon.
Adventure time.
There aren't many people around anymore. Looks like that boat we took to Aranias might have been the last one.
Vache.
Pasir.
Looks like we're back here again. Huh? Traveler? Ugh. That's kinda spooky. Are you sure we don't want to come back in the morning?
Vache. Vache.
Hey, why are you still walking towards it?
Aku penasaran itu suara apa?
In the water. Huh? Hang on. Paimon can kinda hear a voice. It's calling for Vache, right?
Pasir, right? Jadi gua kapan? Kapan apa Bang Eki? Apa kabar? Udah lama gak mampir. Sehat?
Hey, traveler! Stop walking! Come on, wake up!
Dia kemana teh? Oceanid.
Vache. Are you my dear Vache?
My dear gak tuh?
No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Do you know Vache? Do you know where my love is?
Do you know my love is? Dasar ceritanya kota cinta ya Paris.
Wait. Who am I? My memories feel like they have been washed away like a flood. So many fragments dissolved amidst the tide, never to be recovered. How much have I lost? How many things that I once held dear while on land have I since forgotten? Yes, that is what I was once. But now, I am but the consciousness of one who is lost, therefore. I do not know how I came to be like this either. I only vaguely remember being covered in light blue water, and then all grew dim. I also remember going to many places. I loved adventure, loved exploring places of peril. No matter where I went, Vache would go with me.
Pasir with
Surely he loved me,
going with me.
and I also loved him equally as much. But now, we can no longer go back. The pain of such parting. I never know. Our reunion no longer has any meaning. There is no way for us to create any new thought of me gives him no succor. So let it lie forgotten beneath the waters.
Kok sedih gini? Quest keduanya nggak banyak plot twist kayak yang pertama.
If you meet Vache, tell him not to look for me. Tell him to move on. That is the only thing I still remember. Perhaps that is so.
Tapi masih ada kaitannya sama yang
I was
kemarin nggak?
submerged in the waters, losing consciousness. I saw Vache above the surface.
Ya spoiler. Dadah.
His eyes were filled with such sorrow, such longing. If only I could have comforted him, told him that I did not suffer. Indeed, I had felt a great warmth. Is that what you call it? Dissolving. If anything, I consider it a form of
Spoiler buat orang yang
release.
belum quest lah, kocak. Quest kedua ini lebih ngebahas pelaku larutan primordial. Oh,
It was a state of neither fear nor frenzy.
aku juga penasaran sih kemarin
With
siapa
only an
pelakunya.
endless peace, like the water's still surface. I could also liken it to being a thirsty person who drinks water for the first time, and only then sees how they have lived for so long in a world of endless want. I think I hear your companion. It's time for you to go, I think. Farewell then. I am glad that you were able to sense my presence. Remember, if you see Vache, tell him not to seek me out any.
Dia korban ini berarti korban manusia yang ngelarut itu. Hah? Wah, tiba-tiba kepung gini coy. Asik Napia coy. Wow. Let's go.
Dear God, it's a whole army of Gardamex. Chlorand?
Kok diserang gitu? Oh enggak deh. Ini cabe-cabean SMA nih bos. Senggol dong.
Quick, now's our chance!
Asik. Keren coy cutscene-nya. Ini 2v2 Fountaine bertarung melawan robot. Oh gitu. Mau hard spoiler apa tipis-tipis aja? Pelan-pelan aja.
Lending us your sword there, Chlorand. But before I do so, could you explain how you managed to show up here?
I followed you. It seemed to me that danger has followed you more closely as of late.
I believe that following someone without their knowledge is actually called stalking, is it not?
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety, and I will not betray his trust. He would do the same, were he alive today.
Siapa yang meninggal? Tuan Kalas. Tuan Kalas itu siapa?
Do not speak of my father.
Oh nggak jadi ayahnya.
Sorry, demoiselle. I was not strong enough.
Thank you for your aid, Miss Chlorand, but do keep an eye out for your manner of speech. I believe we all wish to avoid unnecessary emotional harm.
Oh jadi ada masa lalu yang kurang enak ya di antara si Chlorinde sama si Napia kayaknya.
Sorry,
Menarik.
did not consider your feelings.
Oke, tuh kayak cabe-cabean SMA anjay.
What else do you know? How did you come to the conclusion that I'd be in grave danger?
I doubt I know much more than you, but I believe that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances is very powerful.
Dalang dibalik kasus orang hilang ini sangat berkuasa. Paket ekstrim spoiler bisa sampai sehari kah? Pesan 1 bungkus kalau ada. Kancing be like, tahan. Jadi oceanit yang tadi ditemuin itu bukan cuma dari 1 orang yang cari. Akumulasi ini kah? Akumulasi kesadaran gitu kah?
Your performance
Halo,
tonight will
Pex.
almost certainly attract their attention.
Pex, gue lagi quest. Kalau lu ngomong yang aneh-aneh di luar quest, hati-hati kena julid ya.
To be honest, I'm shocked it's taken them this long to act against me. And what about these Gardamex? I thought only those associated with the Maison Gardiennage could control them.
None of these mecha have serial numbers. I was sure to check a moment ago. They are not the ones used by the authorities to enforce the law.
Oh, mesin ilegal kah? Mesin ilegal berarti ya?
I can only conclude that some powerful or wealthy party must have obtained them via illegal means, deploying them as a private force of sorts.
What? Your point being that they're out of Spina di Rosula's league then?
Yes. Be careful.
I will continue investigating no matter what. We will bring the truth to light. That's my father's true last wish.
Oh gitu. Jadi kenapa si Napi yang ngebantu si MC itu ternyata dia pengen ngelanjutin cita-cita ayahnya yang terakhir.
Regardless, thank you for your help today, Clarand. But if you get any ideas, tell me first. I don't much appreciate being followed.
Being followed?
I do not think that they'll strike again anytime soon. So I shall stop following you. Good day, all.
Julid apaan?
I suppose
Tapi
that's
masa
the best
iya
news we've
Yui
gotten
Ishikawa
today.
semua di game yang tak mainin? Sekalian aja gacha.
Demoiselle, I believe that Miss Clarand was being sincere with you.
I know, she's...
Oh, thank goodness! Paimon thought we were done for! Those Gardamex came out of nowhere while you were unconscious, and Nadia and her gang saved us!
Oh, jadi waktu si ini koneksi sama Oceanit, robot tadi tuh muncul ya, Gardamex.
Oh, and there was that champion duelist named Clarand who came out to save us too! We got lucky there. Paimon probably couldn't have fought them off otherwise.
Bubuk, sudah bubuk gitu.
Oh, come now.
Jadi gini bang, nanti itu Napia akan ketemu detektif Conan dan akan menyelesaikan masalahnya.
Not for me anyway.
Gitu ya. Detektif Conannya lagi sama Kogoro gak ya?
We're still partners. There's no need to thank me.
Oh paham. Aku juga mau lanjut explore nih bang. Semangat lihat Napia sama Clarindinya. Oke Pek.
It will take 50 years for me to match Demoiselle's magnanimity.
If it were me, I would have joined the Spina di Rosula on account of her goodwill long ago.
All right, you...
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger?
Well, to be honest, you're...
Huh? Really? Paimon contributed somehow?
Yes. All thanks to you grabbing my drink by mistake.
Berkat kamu yang tidak sengaja menghabiskan minumanku.
After we parted ways, I was on the way back to one of our bases when I suddenly thought of what you said, that the Fanta tasted kind of salty and icky. Fanta only comes in sweet flavors. So how could it have tasted salty?
So the Fanta had been spiked with water from the primordial sea?
Yes. So if you hadn't drunk that cup...
Spina di Rosula is preparing the grandest of awards for you as we speak for saving the boss.
Paimon save the day anjay. Si Paimon itu minumnya si Napia. Kalau misalkan, oh berarti si Napia udah jadi target sekarang ya. Si Napia udah jadi target sekarang.
Huh. Really?
I sent people to Hotel de Boer to investigate. But whoever did this left no trace at all. That's when I figured out that you might be in danger and hurried here as quickly.
But why would they go after us too? All we did was defend Linny in court and help clear his name. Ugh, now we're caught up in this mess too, aren't we?
Well, you did foil a plan that they were probably pretty proud of, and almost got their name in the process. Speaking of which, did anything strange happen when you drank the primordial seawater?
Oh,
Well, it can't be a coincidence that the traveler fainted just now. She said that she heard that voice calling for Vache again. Oh, and this time Paimon heard it too, but it was real faint. Does this situation have to do with the Does that mean the primordial seawater raises someone's sensitivity to hydro when it's used on people who are not from Fountaine?
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing, to be honest.
New intel? While you were out cold?
Well, let's hear it, shall we? Oh. Vache. That name doesn't ring a bell. Since he saw that young woman dissolve, he was at least at the crime scene. But he never gave testimony or any information regarding people dissolving in the primordial seawater. Could he have been... Yes, thank you. This is very important information indeed. Oh, you mean...
Well, you did say that our farewell meal didn't really count. That means we're still partners, right? And besides, we're in this now whether we like it or not. You're not gonna let those people who targeted us get off the hook so easily, are you, Traveler?
Demoiselle, do try not to look quite so pleased. You are the face of Spina di Rosula, after all.
kok jadi ngeri gini? Senyumnya ngeri. Udah gacha bang, halo Waldi, selamat datang, selamat malam. Aku udah gacha Linei. Senjatanya belum pulang tapi sekarang PT 60. Kalau nggak salah story Arkon Region ini dikit ya. Mungkin belum selesai.
You talk too much. Well, in that case, let's head back to one of our bases, shall we? I'll arrange accommodations for you. We also have some plans to go over, and hopefully we can deepen our bonds as partners. But...
Don't worry, you two. With us around, our base is...
Katanya markas dijamin aman. Kita mau ke markas. Ini saatnya kita menggunakan MC kembali agar lebih menghayati ya. MC Hydro yang katanya kopium. Puing. Markas Sinapia di sebelah mana? Senyumnya itu imut kayak pembunuh. Nggak boleh gitu. Let's go. MC C2 lumayan cuy. Ngelambatin burstnya. Udah kayak skill harbor anjir, bikin slow. 4.3 atau 4.4 katanya selesai story Arkon Region. Oh jadi masih ada lanjutannya ku.
It's right up ahead. But let's make sure we weren't followed first.
I've been keeping watch, Demoiselle. I haven't spotted anyone suspicious.
Very good.
I shall find rooms for our respected guest.
Thank you, Malus. Now, let's continue, Traveler.
Kalau dikit gak ngaruh.
So, this is your base? It's not quite what Paimon imagined.
Your accommodations have been arranged. Under the present circumstances, I can confidently say it's the...
Well, our funds have been a little tight lately. After all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profiteering. In fact, our funds often come from citizenry who support us.
Oh jadi Sinapia ini di underground ini cukup ini ya, berpengaruh berarti ya.
Seems like it's tough times for everyone. But if you have the support of the people...
To be honest, our financial situation was a lot better back when my father was in charge a few years ago.
Your father... He was the previous boss.
Pina di
Rasula,
Rasul
right?
Rasula.
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me.
No. I'll explain it myself. I suppose I couldn't run from this topic forever. And as partners, that my father's name is Callus. Yes, the same one they call Callus the Unfaithful in the streets. 3 years ago, he was accused of murdering his own friend. But he chose a duel to defend his honor instead of standing trial. He died in the duelist's ring.
Oh no.
But I do not believe my father was a murderer. I'm sure he was set up. At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial and was duly investigated, something amiss would crop up and prove his innocence. But strangely, he not only requested the duel himself, but rumor has it that even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost the duel, he refused to surrender, determined to die in the arena.
Quest yang ini ngegantung nggak
3 years
akhirnya?
later, I still don't understand why he did that. How could he protect his honor if he's dead? If anything, he gave up his chance to defend himself. The closest piece of info I have is that my father had been investigating the serial disappearances case at the time of his death.
Ah, so that's why you're so determined to get
Konon
to the
katanya
bottom of that
lumayan
case.
sejalan dengan isu negeri Wakanda.
That's right.
Ya tah?
I've also tried to investigate the murder my father was implicated in. But I haven't found a single new clue in my countless reviews of the investigation records. However, I believe that if the murder case is related to those behind the disappearances, they must know something. I must know what really happened. Was my father coerced? Framed? Even if he really did kill his friend, I must get to the truth. If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive. He even hid the fact that my mother died due to complications when giving birth to me. And now, here I am investigating his death.
Demoiselle, please. If there is anything
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered anyone. There are none whom I respect more than the two. Master Callus did so much good in life, yet all it took was one murder case for him to... Even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident, hence our strength.
Wait, if Callus was such a good man, wouldn't people at least be
No. Perhaps people just revel in that kind of drama. It's not something exclusive to people from Fountaine, really. People love watching the evil turn over a new leaf, but they also enjoy watching good people fall into an abyss from one slip-up just as much.
Asik.
How could... never mind. If Callus was really falsely accused, we have to find the truth. He didn't deserve to have that happen to him.
There is one other thing. Master Callus's opponent in the duel was Ms. Clorand.
Oh gitu.
Well, then... yeah. That's not the sort of thing that you can...
Ms. Clorand has always placed great emphasis on the honorable nature of the duel. She knew Master Callus beforehand and greatly respected him, but seeing how he was... there was...
It's not that I don't understand her at all, but I just can't deal with this yet.
Don't worry, Navia. Paimon knows how you feel. You don't have to force yourself to do that.
Afterward, Ms. Clorand told us that at the start of the duel, Master Callus requested that she ensure Demoiselle Navia's safety. Yes, that is our understanding as well.
Oh, Papa. What madness drove you to ask the person who killed you to take care of me? All right. Anyway, that's the information I wanted to share with you. Even if it did sound like I was just complaining towards the end. Thanks. You two should go and rest.
Yeah.
Please, relax and get some sleep. We will ensure you rest soundly. Whether it be responsibility for Spina di Rosula or Master Callus's death, it all landed on Demoiselle's shoulders, so this won't do. I must become stronger.
What? So, huh? Navia?
I sent them back to Poisson. It's Spina de Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters. There's not much for them to do here at the moment.
Paimon gets the feeling that you're just trying to get them off your back. But never mind that. When did...
No, I just returned after going out for a while. I did some investigating yesterday.
Wait, so you didn't sleep at all?
How could I after having such critical new
Guess Paimon wasn't speaking.
Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped from existence. I suspect that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder an investigation from this angle. But that does prove that this...
Does that mean we're too late though?
Jadi siapa pacar ini tuh?
There is one ray of hope. One place in Fountaine that they would find almost impossible to and that is the archives kept by Chief Justice Neuvillette. A place where detailed files on all the cases in recent years are kept. If the Oceanette you met is one of the young women who went missing recently.
So Neuvillette maintains an archive of case files? In that case, let's go talk to him. Aren't you...
No, it's nothing.
Kok tegang gitu mau ketemu si Neopilot? Kita
The palais is
ketemu
right up ahead. Come on.
Neopilot. Assalamualaikum Neopilot. Go, let's go, let's go.
Halt! Please state your business here. The Chief Justice is presently occupied. This place does look pretty heavily guarded.
Nyantai aja ya.
That proves that Neuvillette's
Gua mau
files are really secure.
nyalain lampu.
Hey, don't you recognize us?
Bentar.
Huh? Who are you? Just to be clear, I don't care who you are or who you might be related to. Our rules make no exceptions.
See? They've got great discipline, too.
Yep. Paimon can tell. If you're here just to crack jokes, I can point you towards the exit. Unlike some, we're busy, so please leave if you don't have a reason to be here.
No. What I meant to say is, shouldn't you remember us from a few days ago? We were at the trial of the great magician Linny.
Oh, yes, I remember. I read about it in the Steambird. You must be Linny's attorneys. It's all coming back to me now.
We're here today to report and archive some information on a follow-up case.
Huh. Is that even a thing?
Mode malam
course.
udah lama nggak mode malam.
We're here on
anjay.
official business. You can trust us.
All right then, I'll let you through. The Chief Justice is just inside.
Thanks so much.
Mood gue gini banget. Let's go. Wah, kalau ini nggak ada. Terlalu terang,
Please come in.
Please come in katanya. Ini kita ketemu Neopilot coy.
It's all right. Please let me know how I may be of assistance to you.
So you're not?
We're looking for a man called Vache. He may have been an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. If we can find him, we may be able to unearth some key information on the case.
Ah, I see. In that case, please wait here a moment while I browse through the file.
Ih, matanya kayak naga dia teh. Mata si Neophyte kayak naga.
Who knew that Neuvillette would be so easy to talk to?
Unfortunately, I'm quite certain that no one by the name of Vache has been involved in any case, criminal or civil, in the past several years. There are no records of him either in the files or in my memory.
Dalam arsip dan ingatanku.
Traveler, what if it was really...
Is that so? All right then. Thank you so much, Monsieur Neuvillette. We'll take our leave now.
Kenapa si Napia malu-malu gitu sih sama Neophyte?
Ahem. Miss Navia, I can understand how you feel.
Understand.
Your father,
Yeah.
Callus, was a truly exceptional man.
And what are you trying to say, Monsieur Neuvillette? Are you trying to console me? Extend your sympathy? Or just express some tendril of regret? No. You are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. There's no emotion behind your words. You only say... It's just like last time. After my father took his place in the duelist ring, I pushed through the guards to talk. You even told me then that you thought there was something fishy with the case, yet you still allowed the duel to go ahead. In your eyes, the value of a human life is nothing compared to those cold laws you hold so dear. If you truly regret my father's death, then why didn't you call a stop to the duel?
Nangis.
Why didn't you give me the power to stop him from throwing his life away? Why did you just let him die, despised and hated by all? Everything was hanging on a thread at that moment. Just the tiniest effort could have changed everything. There are still so many things I never got to tell him. So many questions he still owes me answers to.
Napia nangis.
If you really have no heart, then just look me in the eyes. I, Navia, will show you the true meaning of regret.
I'm sorry, Miss Navia.
You and my father are truly alike. You keep all kinds of things in your heart and never say a word to anyone. It's not so much that you can't feel, but that you would never express anything. Oh well. In any case, everyone already knows full well the apathy of the Chief Justice. My apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
Sedih juga. Nangis juga bangga lah. Itu kan nangis bukan gara-gara sedih. Itu nangis gara-gara emosi terpendam. Nangis yang tertahan itu namanya.
Navia, are you okay?
I'm fine. Rain.
Rain.
You're right. Wasn't it still sunny when we went into the building? And there shouldn't be any active trials today.
Now that I think of it, on the day my father was convicted of murder...
What is it? Did you think of something?
Yeah, he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there. Why? Do you think the rain could have affected the crimes? That thought has occurred to us before. We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that, but didn't find anything of value. Oh? Wait. You don't mean...
So you're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into water? And yeah, and if that's what had happened, then no one would have believed your dad, even if he explained what he...
I really think I found a true genius for a partner. All right, let's go to Poisson. With this new lead in mind, we'll get to the bottom of my father's case for sure.
Yeah, we're gonna make progress for...
Do you want to go with me now? Or do you want to head over by yourself later?
Penjahatnya teh keungkap gak sih di sini? Atau nggak keungkap penjahatnya siapa?
Great. Let's go then.
Terungkap nanti. Kok mau ganti ini dulu ah? Ganti earphone gak enak pakai headphone. Gimana suara aku ada gak? Dua jam wes streaming gini doang. Ambil minum dulu. Ini streaming banyak kepotong. Ini streaming santai dah. Streaming santai. Bersantai banget anjir. Santai emang ngerjain akun quest, yoi. Kita ada di posisi kita ada di mana? Poison. Poison, markas keluarga Napia.
What a huge ship!
Oh,
Would a ship be anchored at a place?
There's no need to be so surprised. While it may look like a ship, it's actually Spina. My father was the one who asked for it to be built like this. Perhaps our taste in exterior design is the only thing we occasionally had in common. A gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and limitless.
And Paimon thought you were bluffing when you said Spina di Rosula. Paimon was confused why a group with such a history would live in the sewers. But now that Paimon has seen this ship for herself, she's been convinced.
Well, Poisson is where Spina di Rosula began after all.
oh ini tuh markasnya si Napia. Bukannya cara kesini tuh kita harus lewat air ya? Bukan deh. Tapi mesinnya tuh bobrok gitu ya. Jual ikan, ada kucing. Ada orang gibah. Salah jalan. Banyak banget kucingnya. Poison, baca 2 kali jadi. Ada si Rege, Alcina. Tak tok tak tok tak tok tak tok tak tok tak tok tak tok. Melusa. Melusa. Melusa.
Meloose, we're back.
Melus. Melus.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle, and our most important partners. You said before that you still had some business at the court.
About that. It's because my partner here reminded me of something really important. You still remember, right, Meloose? On that night?
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr. Linney's. Both were what you'd call impossible murders.
Could you tell us a bit more about what happened before?
Yeah, of course. Many years ago, something called synth began to gain popularity in Poisson.
Anjing,
At a
Sinte
glance,
kata.
it was a kind of drink that could excite your mood and produce many pleasant hallucinations.
Anjing Sinte kata. Ah, Sinte. Kenapa harus Sinte anjay? Kalian tahu Sinte nggak? Ada berapa orang sih yang nonton gue? 2 orang. Ngabling tahu Sinte nggak ngabling? Enggak. Apa ya? Inilah mirip ijo lah. Buat ngefly. Buat ngefly mirip ijo tapi di bawahnya ijo. Ada istilahnya namanya sinte sama gorila.
Wait! Didn't that guard guy who turned into
Ngerti kan
water
maksud gue
also
ijo apa?
mention that the
Yes, he did. Considering what we
Izal
know
sidik
now,
bang Yelan
it's
pakai
almost
LG
certain that
bagus kah?
synth is created using
Bagus-bagus
water from the
aja.
primordial sea.
Ilegal atuh. Tapi belum seketat ijo.
If you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll
Soalnya
suffer
bahannya
many
bahan
side effects,
sintetik gitu.
such as losing the ability to focus or control your emotions. And if you were to stop drinking it completely, you'll experience flashes of paranoia and anxiety while lacking energy to do anything. It's an extremely dangerous substance. As he oversaw Poisson, my father was compelled to put a stop to synth abuse.
Ngejar IR kalau
and
solo
called for a
hydro
complete
idealnya
ban of
berapa
it.
bang? 200. Kalau misalkan menurut aku 200 sudah cukup. Tapi kalau misalkan mau nyaman banget 210, 220 itu nyaman banget sih. Di warungnya siapa bisa beli? Gak tahu, aku nggak pernah beli. Aku cuma denger doang waktu zaman SMA. Waktu zaman SMA itu jadi jokes gitu loh.
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath, but no matter how much they threatened
Oke,
or
udah sini Kang.
bribed him,
Antui
he
Kizal.
refused to yield.
190 kalau pakai Pavo oke. Tapi kalau misalkan pakai LG 200 sudah aman sih. Mepet-mepet 195 juga masih oke Kizal kalau misalkan rotasinya bener. Rotasinya bener dalam artian itu ketika di tim partinya ada yang pakai Pavonius, partikel Pavoniusnya masuk ke Yelan, ketika Yelan di on field nge-skill, partikelnya masuk ke Yelan, itu harusnya masih aman di rotasi sih ketika spiral.
Not only that, Boss became determined to find the mastermind behind the synth operation and put an end to the problem once.
Yes, but the enemy was very cunning. So he could never get anything out of the dealers. Recognizing that, my father decided to contact the dealers in secret and cultivate personal relationships with them. The man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed about his work after seeing many families destroyed. That night, my father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate. He planned to meet up and exchange information with Jacques over some food. But then, we heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. We raced to the scene and found my father, still holding a gun, and Jacques, who was already dead on the ground.
Oh ini gara-gara ayahnya si Napia dituduh ngebunuh. Oke.
How did that happen?
Sounds just like Lenny's case, doesn't it? In both cases, the culprit seemed obvious. But looking back on it, though, I now believe the most important clue was something we all overlooked at the time. There were pieces of clothing left at the scene.
Precisely. It's all thanks to you that I made the connection now. Back then, we all just thought they were some costumes that Jacques used to disguise himself at the banquet.
Soalnya dulu kan orang-orang masih ini kan, masih apa, orang bisa berubah jadi air itu masih mitos. Sedangkan orang-orang sekarang udah percaya gara-gara ini kan, gara-gara ada bukti ketika kasus si Linnea sama si Lynette.
But, considering it now, it's almost certain that they belong to a third person at the scene. With one extra person, we'll also need to reconsider why the 2 shots were fired. You're right. We still don't know what happened. But my intuition tells me that we're on the right track to figuring it all out.
Jacques was an empathetic man who was infinitely remorseful for his past actions. It's unlikely that he turned on. I think this third person is probably on that note, however. Even though this will not please you, demoiselle, as your and your father's butler, I must still offer a word of warning. Our opponent is insidious and cruel. They are extremely difficult to deal with, and boss, even though Spina de Rosula has lost most of its former glory, Poisson has welcomed a new time of peace, and there is no need to follow your father's path. It would be both wise and in line with boss's wishes to step back and give up on the case.
Si Melus akhirnya nyuruh mundur ya?
If that's indeed what he wished for, then he should have told me that himself. Was I not the closest person to him? And yet, I was the one most kept in the dark. What was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Did he manage to protect anything in the synth? Is still here. Callus the Unfaithful is still his epithet. And Spina di Rosula is barely getting... Did he think I'd just accept his meaningless death? And live out my life just as meaninglessly? I've never accepted that. Ever. Not since that day, and certainly not now. I want to find out the real answer for everyone's sake. For the missing girls, for the victims, and for myself.
Kok drama banget ya quest ini.
Flavia.
This is indeed the best moment to act. Your partner appears to be quite reliable, and more importantly, demoiselle, I think you're also ready to take...
So you do know something else, Melus?
Yes, I do. In fact, even before that banquet, boss already knew of the connection between... But what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was the revelation that you, demoiselle, had been selected as the next target to disappear.
What?
Boss also didn't tell you that he had been diagnosed with a rare illness. The doctors told him that he had, and the serial disappearances case caused him great. 5 years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this long-standing conflict. Knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. He claimed to have already gotten his hands on some key incriminating evidence for the other side, and even told some members of Spina di Rosula, but as long as you remained safe, he would not share the evidence with the public. If something were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose all they knew about Synth and the disappeared victims.
Right. So nobody would be able to get off scot-free.
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked. Even though Boss has been gone for a long time, the other side has not tried to take Demoiselle's life.
No, I don't believe it. He never appeared to look sick.
No father wants their daughter to see them weak and haggard, especially someone as proud as Boss. To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor as the unfaithful were still far preferable than losing face in front of his daughter.
Kehormatan sang ayah, bos.
So he chose to die in silence.
I'm afraid you're not understanding this correctly, demoiselle. What Boss wanted to hand to you was not a parasol, but a sword. If Boss's spirit could hear you telling me that you want to find the answer for the sake of everyone involved, I'm sure he'd be extremely proud.
That fool. Couldn't he have just given it to me straight? No. He might have set up everything precisely because he never thought I'd be able to understand him.
Nangis lagi.
Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I am now? Yeah, I suppose that's true. With the way he'd set things up, if I had wanted, I could have just lived out my life without a care in the world. But thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. In this case, he really didn't need to give me an easy way out. Malus, what was the key evidence that he shared with you?
It's the location where synth is produced. Essentially, it's the enemy's headquarters. When he was threatening the enemy, boss didn't share the but if you want to use it against the enemy, you'll still have to take
Why? If we know where the place is, can't we just go storm?
You mustn't forget that we're fighting against a mysterious and dangerous organization. There's no telling what might be lying in wait at their headquarters. We also have no idea what kind of evidence we may, but a single visit to their headquarters would be tantamount to a The worst case would be that we leave empty-handed, but also open ourselves up to full...
Then, in that case, why not work with the Fountaine?
Well, you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Linney's case. We have no idea just how thoroughly they may have been infiltrated.
Huh. That's true. But things are different now. It should be a lot easier to prove the other side's guilt, now that we've connected Synth with the disappearances case.
You sound like you've put a lot of thought into this, Malus.
I am the butler, after all. I live but to serve the boss and Demoiselle's will.
Mentang-mentang banyak ngalahin organisasi di beberapa region, Paimon main dobrak aja. Yang jadi pertanyaan gua adalah, ini Arkon ngapain aja kerjanya? Waktu di Mondo jelas kan Penti langsung turun tangan gitu kan. Ini misteri sih ini. Bahkan visionnya diambil. Waktu di Liwe, Zhongli diam-diam ngekaper. Waktu di Inazuma, kita sempat jadi musuh sama Raiden. Tapi itu konflik pribadi yang akhirnya kita bisa bikin Raiden itu sadar. Ini apa ya? Ini apa ya? Gue penasaran sih. Ya kan? Ya kan? Dari dari Mondo sampai ke satu lagi dari Sumeru, ya kita tahu quest Arkon Sumeru tentang Rukade Pata sama Nahida, dan tentang Nahida yang belajar menjadi Arkon yang bijaksana untuk masyarakatnya. Terus sekarang ini udah chapter kedua turu gitu. Tapi ini 4.0 jadi kayak pengenalan karakter Fountaine mungkin. Ya sih. Kita lihat aja. Makanya gue penasaran banget nanti kaitannya sama kayak sama si Purina itu apa.
Thank you for all of that, Malus. Have you discovered anything new in the...
Let me think. One conclusion I came to is that the enemy must be quite familiar with Spina di Rosula, or at least haven't. When I announced orders to the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf, I used to deliberately keep a few people in the dark and observe. If the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be innocent. If the vendors packed up and fled, however, after several rounds of testing and investigative tracing, I've narrowed the suspect list down to 3 people. The first is Florent, Spina di Rosula's senior advisor.
Huh? Florent?
Yes, surprising, isn't it? He was one of the people Boss trusted the most, which, thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle, he always knew our upcoming plans and could thus avoid... There's someone else like him too. Marcel, the head of Confrérie...
Uncle Marcel.
It's a guild in Poisson. The boss helped it to grow to its current size and prominence. In the beginning, they were only reselling some daily goods, but now they're one of the richest guilds around with a lot of business connections.
So, they're like a sister organization of...
Yes, you can say that. When we were fighting against the synth dealer, it's a bit difficult to imagine someone using their own money.
The final suspect is Thierry, the man responsible for coordinating information between Spina Di Rosula. Although the guards mostly leave us to our own devices, there are still many activities we have to report to the... Since Thierry is always in the know about our current activities, he could...
I see. These are all to think that the enemy we've been fighting against has been right next to me all along.
If you want to investigate them, please take every precaution to not alert the quarry. Judging from our
Of course. And thank you.
You're too kind. And before I forget, proving Boss's innocence would also mean... After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken into the Spina's care. They still live in Poisson today. If it might help, you could also pay them a visit.
Aw, thank you so much, Melus.
A new case awaits, my dear partner. I hope we can work together to uncover the truth and end...
It is settled, then. Please...
Thank you for arranging everything for us, Melus.
Cosplay Conan nggak?
Excuse me,
Cosplay
miss.
Conan.
Do you need anything from us?
Ini jadi istrinya si J.
Hey, Navia's all quiet. This isn't like her at all.
I'm sorry that I only came to visit after all this time.
If it's about that, there's no need to apologize. After my husband died, Spina Di Rosula sent us a lot of mora and support.
But aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques? I can understand the kind of pain that...
You don't understand
Apa lagi
at all.
quest?
I didn't know how to face you. Because I didn't know what I could possibly bring as a consolation gift. I know only the full truth could bring closure to you. And to all of us.
I'm sorry. I appreciate the sentiment, but you don't have to carry all that guilt. On the matter regarding my husband, my daughter and I...
Would you mind sharing it with me? I really can't believe that
I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me countless times that if he could turn back the clock, he would never go in. He had many regrets, and felt that he took the idea of providing for his family too literally. For the longest time, he thought Mora was... So when Mr. Callis came to him with a proposal, he tried to be as careful as he could. But even so, he was still found out by the higher-ups.
Lagi Arkon gak bisa co-op.
they found out about his betrayal.
Papa didn't say that exactly, but Papa did tell me that I should never be ungrateful.
Before he left that day, he told me that he had no choice. It was only later that I realized it was his final farewell to the two of us.
Bisa keluar Arkon dulu. Nggak bisa ini nanggung.
But you could say that's the conclusion. Which is
Tapi
why
ya
I'm
biar
the
Viva.
one who should feel guilty. Callis had always taken great care of us, both when he was still alive and after he
Gue
passed
cabut
away.
dulu deh ini. Ntar dulu. Emang penting banget, Pal. Buat apa namanya? Buat lain.
even if he fired the shot that killed my husband,
Penting
it was
coy.
likely in
Buat BP.
self-defense.
Ya nanti
It
ya
is
sabar. Buat
impossible
BP
for me
mah
to
bisa
hate him
besok.
for what he had done.
But Mama, why is Papa still the bad guy? If
Punten
he did
dulu
the
hari
right
ini mau
thing?
fokus quest.
Papa always wanted to be a good man. So why did he have to do a bad thing in the end?
Well, things aren't always as they seem. You still feel like your papa was a good man, right?
Gua penasaran si Napia pakai bahasa Jepang, Oke lah, aku unsu plus report, canda, aman bro. Tadi lagi nggak lihat live, santai. Gue penasaran Napia pakai bahasa Jepang.
Yeah, Papa was a really good man.
Then you should hold on to that. If a good man had to do a bad thing, then he must have had his reasons. Regardless of whether he left you a parasol or a sword. He must have done so.
Oh.
Thank you for everything you've told me. I will
Ketat gini ya.
definitely find the truth.
Ara-ara
The
nggak
current
kalau
state
pakai
of
bahasa
things is
Jepang.
not something I'm willing to
Gue
just
jadi
sit
pengen
back
gacha
and accept.
Napia ya. Waifunable lucu banget.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to hear this from you. Even though your personality is quite different from your father's, your determination when you speak is really similar.
You really think so? That's the first time anyone
Belum
said
tahu
that
nih
to me.
role Napia di elemen Gyo ngapain. Iya, ngapain ya? Oh iya, gua kan punya party tim Geo ya. Keluarga J percaya bahwa J Napia titik berapa sih?
Are you okay, Navia?
I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's investigate the 3 suspects next. Laurent should be nearby.
Greetings, boss. How may I be of assistance today?
I'm sure you've heard about what happened at the Opera House. Someone got
cantik ih.
turned into water right in front of us.
Yeah, I've heard. With something that dramatic, I'm sure journalists will milk it for all it's worth. And it'll be all the talk for the next several weeks.
It also reminded me, on the day that the incident happened with my
Akankah
father,
Napia menjadi
it
5-star
was raining
Noel?
outside, and we found
Entahlah.
some clothes left at the scene. After my partner here put the dots together for me, I feel like we should try to reopen his case. Can you do me a favor and try to recall what happened that night?
Let me think. Mr. Callis was feeling pretty upbeat that day. So he was drinking and bantering. After that, he told us that he wanted to go get some fresh air. So we let him go without thinking much of it. Who knew that we would hear too? My first reaction was that Mr. Callis's life was in danger. So I grabbed my holster and made a mad dash toward the scene. But when I got there, it was already too late. Mr. Callis was standing over a dead body with a gun in his hands.
So you also remember 2 gunshots then?
Indeed. The guard said that the first shot didn't hit anyone, while the second killed Jacques. But I've never really bought that explanation. Reason being, Mr. Callis had left his gun on the table. But according to the guards, that doesn't mean he couldn't have had other guns on his person. About the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned, do you think there was a third person there who...
At least from our perspective, my father had no reason to kill. So the gun he was holding probably belonged to Jacques.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're saying Mr. Callis ended up with the gun. But hold on. If that's what had happened, then why didn't he share the truth with any of us? He didn't even want to face the Oratrice machine, and chose instead to prove his honor in a... Did he lose all faith in the courts after seeing someone dissolve right in front of...
About that, Malouse told me a thing or two. I'll tell you everything once.
I understand. Then I'll leave Mr. Callus's honor in your hands, boss. And if I may just say one more thing, the whole Callus the Unfaithful epithet has been a thorn in my side since the day it was invented. Many people have laughed at me for still calling him Mr. Callus, but it was Mr. Callus's trust that allowed me to rise through the ranks of Spina di Rosula and live the life I lead, no matter what others might say. He'll always be the man I respect the most, and he'll always be my boss.
Oke, cukup dipahamin.
Don't worry. I will definitely find you and all our other comrades at this.
Siapa namanya? Ini siapa tadi namanya? FF. Wih, jauh juga. Penjaga kah ini? Oh iya.
Hey, Thierry, it's me.
Oh, now, what brings you here, Miss Navia?
Oh, so you've got.
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm also a member of the guards, you know.
Are you sure there isn't a little bit of truth in that? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you have been called back to the city already?
I mean, where I work is really up to me. Let's just say Callus did a fantastic job running the town. Building Spina di Rosula from the... It would be next to impossible for me to find a similarly easy but high... Anyway, enough chit-chat. Are these two friends of yours?
Yes. What happened at the Opera House made us realize that Linny's case, and my father's, maybe...
Ah, I get it. You think there might be more to the case now that we know people can be dissolved into water, right? If you want to go through the original files from your father's case,
That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. Actually, I have another question. Do you have the authority to dispatch Gardamex?
Of course. Without them, I couldn't possibly handle Poisson on my own. Why do you ask? We definitely can't use them to forcefully get more evidence for your father's case.
Well, you see, just recently, we were attacked by a horde of unnumbered Gardamex. So, if you hypothetically wanted to do something against me...
Then you think too highly of my abilities. If I had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it for you. You can ask the chef to cook, but not to massage your shoulders. Or if you try to make unreasonable demands, the chef would just think you're out of your mind and ignore you completely. The same goes for me and my Gardamex. Removing a serial number is also not as easy as you might think. There are a lot of complex steps to it, so I can promise you, they're certainly not cheap. So, whoever their owner is must be super rich, powerful, or both. Now that you mention it, though, being in the synth business would definitely be profitable enough to afford this.
Oh, then you're officially in the clear, Thierry.
Oh, well, thank you. Jokes aside, I'd like to wish you all the best with your investigation. I'll be staying in the city for a little while, so just come find me if you need any support from the...
Akun lain atau akun sendiri, Lip? Apa kemarin belum ak 2-nya? Kemarin belum ak 2-nya kan, kemarin udah 7 jam. Terus kemarin gak streaming, tadinya mau kemarin. Halo Bang Adi. Thierry ini orang Garde yang sudah erat sama Poison. Garde itu maksudnya kota kan? Mana sih Garde itu maksudnya apa sih? Kalau Poison kan kotanya yang ini kan tadi kan. Ini kan Poison, kotanya si Napia ini kan. Gue curiga si S. Satu lagi suspeknya nih. Garde itu Polri. Oh itu. Oh, Gardemek itu robot-robot. Garde itu robot Polri yang ngendaliin robot-robot. Oke. Markas Pina. Iya, aku tahu itu. Buoso.
I'm here to see Marcel. Could you please let him know? You can just say Navia's looking for him.
Pengejaan bahasa Perancis sulit.
Sure, I will let him know right away.
Apa coba ini? Calcagni itu deh. Apa ya dibacanya kalau bahasa Perancis ya?
Navia, hello. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Oh,
I'm not as young as I used to be, so my legs are giving out a bit.
Oh, it's all right, Uncle Marcel. I just wanted to talk to you briefly about what happened in the Opera House.
Yes, I've never seen it.
Oh, you were at the Opera House.
That's right. I went there with Navia to see the magic show. Who knew it would turn into a I also witnessed your marvelous sleuthing work. To beat the Hydro Archon at her own game on her own turf, I can already imagine everyone in Fountaine discussing your exploits over.
Oh,
Kita belum ketemu lagi ya sama si Pokalor. Purina.
Apologies. It's just how Fountaine is as a nation. Everyone loves drama.
Uncle Marcel, you've also noticed that other thing, right?
Halo Bang, halo Bro Daniel. Gimana nih? Gimana apanya?
Yes, I was reminded of your father's case right away.
Gacha si pesulap, gacha. Tapi senjatanya nggak pulang-pulang nih, udah PT 50-an.
Exactly. I still don't have much solid proof, but I can
Bonjour.
sense that the other side has already begun to act.
Seorang aja susah ngeja bonjour. Disuruh baca tulisan Prancis. Pesulapnya udah pulang. Udah.
And what makes you say that?
We were attacked on Aranius by some unnumbered Gardamex. And there was also an attempt to get me to drink water from the primordial
Kamu gacha
sea.
siapa, Bro Daniel?
If not for the vigilance of my partner, I probably wouldn't even be here talking to you right.
Oh, you're giving us too much credit.
Alas, it seems things are heating up again. The peace that Callus sought so dearly will soon become a thing of the past.
Gue PT 20 masihan abis gacha Wanderer sama Eula. Oh alah. Nabung aja buat khawatirnya Arkon bagus banget gitu kan. Buat Arkon.
But rest assured, Navia, Poisson will always remain a safe haven for you.
Poisson.
If you're scared, you can always return there. If anyone dares to lay their hands on you there, the Confrérie of Cabrières will use its funds to the last Mora to bring them to justice.
Thank you, Uncle Marcel. But I don't intend to go into hiding. I'm going to strike while the iron's hot.
Poisson.
Do you have any new thoughts on my father's case?
About that. Sorry, my age is catching up with me, so it'll take me a while to recall my memory. The Confrérie was responsible for that banquet, so I was out and about the whole time making sure things were running smoothly. I didn't even have the time to drink with the guests. Then I heard the sound of a gunshot, and the rest was history.
Oh, it's okay. No need to push yourself. We'll ask around some more. See if...
Sounds good. Just let me know if you ever need. All my wealth comes from Callus's patronage and support. I'll spend however much it takes to...
This can work. I'll just treat them as new samples.
Kalau nggak salah, Arkon Quest yang Fountaine 3 patch juga. Iya 3 sampai 4. Arkon keluar versi berapa ya bang? 4.2 katanya. Kemungkinannya 4.2 sampai 4.4 mungkin. Gak jauh-jauh dari situ Arkon mah keluar ya. Karena aku nggak gacha siapa-siapa. Karena aku nggak gacha siapa-siapa kemarin, akhirnya aku gacha pesulap merah. Kok pesulap merah mah diluk. Patarno katanya. Line. Gue nabung aja. Iya makanya aku abis ini aja nabung kok. Abis emas di senjata, entah dapat atau nggak dapat, aku bakal nabung.
To all three suspects, purely based on their conversations with me.
None of them sounded particularly suspicious.
I suppose that's to be expected, though. If a single conversation's all that's needed to find them out, then my father wouldn't have needed to investigate the case for so many years.
Tak tinggal baru nyampe sini ternyata. Cukup seru tadi bacanya. Napia nangis berkali-kali ternyata.
Anyway, even though we didn't make a breakthrough, let's still compile what we were able to find.
But where should we start?
Si cowok. Iya, 4.1 kita diserang banyak husbu.
You're right. Flora mentioned that Callus probably only ended up with the gun.
According to Jacques' family members, he already told them that he had been discovered, and that he had no choice before he left home that day. If I had to guess, he probably received an order from the synth boss to kill my father. Had he refused, he and his family's lives would have been forfeit.
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
Oh? And why is that?
Ooh, that's a good point. Jacques probably already knew that he was just being used as a tool for murder. And once he had completed his mission...
So, what would make more sense from his
Lihat
perspective
kecantikan Napia bang,
would be to
9.
turn his back on the order
Cantik banget anjir, Napia kayak
from
Barbie.
my father.
Semuanya bintang 5, husbu 4.1, 5 star semua ya. Katanya Urio bakalan dimasukin standar.
Makes sense. But without evidence, that's still... Besides Jacques, the attack from the Gardamex has been bothering me quite a bit. It's obvious that our enemy has become more antsy after the secret of the...
Do you think he knew, even then, that we'd follow this lead to the end?
Given everything that's happened since... But who among the three suspects would have the ability to control privately owned Gardamex?
Kalau gue curiga sih F.
It is true that he was closest, but as Spina di Rosula's advisor, his work mostly deals with personnel and security. So he shouldn't...
So you're saying he's too broke to afford a mecha?
Exactly. He can't. And even if he could, I don't think he would be able to dispatch a whole group
Si F
so
siapa
quickly.
itu F? Berarti si T. Yang polisi si T kan?
Thierry, you say? Huh. It is possible, but I didn't feel like he was lying when he was talking to us about the mecha.
Bentar deh.
I also don't think he'd
Bentar,
be able to keep
bentar.
that kind of tampering under wraps.
Si Marcel yang bener. Soalnya tadi kata si T, cuman orang-orang kaya doang yang bisa ngerubah, yang bisa cuman orang kaya doang yang bisa mengendalikan atau menghilangkan nomor seri di Gardemek.
Yeah, had he actually tampered with them, if the mecha were taken
Makanya
from the guards, it
namanya
should
juga
have been
teori,
easy to
kan belum
find
ada
out
bukti.
when and how that...
Uncle Marcel? My father did really trust him. And they worked together on a large number of projects. And with funds from the Confrérie, he could also afford a large number of... Still really hard for me to imagine, though. After all, Uncle also... Wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of mora and energy to fight his own synth business? Who could it be? You know, if you think everything through, Uncle Marcel is...
Could we be missing other suspects? Malus didn't know about the people turning into water thing when he narrowed it down to these three, did he?
Malus has always been very reliable, and his judgment of others' trustworthiness has been fair and well considered. When he laid out his case for the three, The rationale: the suspect is knowledgeable about the Spina's internal affairs, has the means to dispatch Mecha to assassinate us, and
Apa
possesses
mungkin
significant
motif
intellect and foresight.
motifnya juga pengen, bisa jadi karena material kan? Motif si M.
Even if I don't want to believe it, I'm starting to see how things could all tie back to Uncle Marcel.
Di Act 2 nggak terlalu banyak plot twist kayak Act 1, ceritanya lempeng. Motifnya nanti di ending.
We still have another trump card on top of
Berapa persen ini? Gue baru berapa persen nyampe ending? Masih jauh nggak?
Yes, Malus did say that charging straight in there would be extremely risky. But we don't have any other we need far more solid
Dehya
proof
bagus nggak nih?
before we can hope to go charging in on our enemy.
Dehya bagus atau enggak? Sekarang gara-gara ada Linei, di mana Linei itu gampang digebuk dan Linei itu mainnya monopyro, Dehya bisa masuk di timnya Linei sih menurut aku. Dia kedua lebih menikmati bareng Napia doang. Kamu ganti foto profil dong jadi Napia, kah? Napia cantik ye.
Navia, here you are.
Kalau bagus secara keseluruhan, kayak misalkan siapa ya? Ya Dehya itu Pyro, Zhongli lah kasarnya bilang. Zhongli masih better Zhongli sih kalau masalah shield atau tameng.
Aren't you the guy from the guards?
Yeah. News came from Irenaeus just after you left. We've got another trial.
Dehya seenggaknya butuh C2 baru bisa gue anggap bagus di tim. Oke.
Wasn't that place built
Di tim
specifically
meme
for
itu tim
holding
apa?
trials?
Meme itu
What's
apa?
so newsworthy about this one?
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a Fatui harbinger called Tartaglia.
Cilde. Kenapa sih Cilde buat masalah? Burgion Kajukrit. Oh. Kalau mau tega Dehya secara kit sama kayak Kiki.
What? Is that?
Yeah, we know him. Maybe even a little too well.
Well, he's been accused of being the true culprit behind the scene.
Wait, how? None of our investigations have had anything to do with him.
Alias nggak guna dan nggak jelas. Tapi ya C2 Dehya nya jadi nggak pusing masalah skill cooldown. Gue dapat Dehya dari banner standar. Oh, simpan aja dulu. Gue juga dapat Dehya dari banner limited. Simpan aja dulu.
That's what I thought was strange about it, so I came to tell you the news right away. If the charge against him stands, then it'll be next to impossible to get the guards to...
Right, because they'll think they've...
Yeah, and it'll be a lot harder than...
I understand.
Semoga hoki Dehya kayak di loop bisa ngejar C6. Tata ngebadut lagi kah? Tahlah dia lagi ngapain sih?
Split up? What do you mean? Since this is a trial about the serial disappearances case, the culprit's attention will be focused on Aaron. You're right. This is our best opportunity. All right then, let's do this. I'll stop. I won't have any chance of making that charge stick though. Unless
Kalau
we find
waifumu
more
sih silahkan
evidence.
aja di up.
It'll be
Tapi
up to
secara
you
meta
to make
nggak
it back
bagus
in time
sekali
and
gede.
hand the decisive
Tepar
evidence to me.
rasa-rasa.
We'll help you, just like you helped us in Linny's trial.
Demoiselle, please allow us to accompany you.
I'm ready.
Ah, Malou, Silver. When did you...
We heard that you'll be leaving Poisson and figured that you might require our
Poisson.
It's our hope that your confidence will be bolstered with the two of us by your side.
Thank you so much. Then, let's make haste for Irenaeus. Paimon, Traveler, I'll see you at the Opera House. See you then!
Jika menggabungkan informasi mengenai Gardemek dengan hasil investigasi hingga saat ini, bisa disimpulkan bahwa orang yang memiliki Gardemek dengan jumlah sebesar ini dan dapat menjalankan bisnis itu tanpa meninggalkan jejak hanya ada satu orang, yaitu M. Bang Marcel. Si Napia boleh nih jadi waifu. Itu udah jadi waifu Shika. Katanya Shika OTW ngerubah foto profilnya, lagi nyari kali dia. Itu kena drama Furina kasih deh. Ah udah.
Now that Navia has set out for Aranias, we should also get going.
Let's go.
The location has already been marked on the map, so let's head over.
Byakugan.
According to Malus's info, the synth production base is underwater. Let's go and try to find the entrance.
Waduh, ya tuh. Bentar cari pintu masuk markas. Kemana guys? Atang mode delusion kena one hit sama beliau dari Fountaine. Yah buta map. Oh di bawah bener. Cari pintu masuk. Nah.
Finally found it. Huh. So this is the entrance that leads to the synth production bay. Your Navia's probably arguing up a storm right now to stall for us.
Kok kamu spoiler bang? Sementara itu di opera Epic Labs. Nah, gue penasaran si Cilde itu ngelakuin apa dah?
It would appear that I must repeat my question again, Mr. Tartaglia.
Mr. Tartaglia.
Do you accept the charge that you are the
Do you
true
accept?
culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
To be perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system or the reason why I'm being charged with something I've never even heard of.
Kalau mau 100% jujur, aku tidak paham sistem pengadilan bangsamu yang rumit ataupun alasan kenapa aku dituduh atas sesuatu yang belum pernah kudengar sebelumnya. Dia tahu aja enggak, coy.
However, I did hear that people who have been charged can choose to participate in a duel to clear their name. Is that right?
Wah Allah, ternyata.
In which case, as long as I accept the charge, I can have an all-out fight with that champion duelist club. I've got to admit, that's one of the most enticing offers I've ever received.
Jadi ini tujuannya. Kocak banget emang ya. Ini anak emang berandalan gak jelas ya.
When I privately sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding back.
Hey, don't you understand? You're currently the prime suspect for a major...
Oh? Sounds like the Hydro Archon wants to lecture me on the ways of the Opera House. Then why don't you duel me too? I'm the kind of student that learns best in the heat of battle.
Alas, it would appear that communication with the defendant is going poor. In that case, let me explain everything from the very beginning again.
Arkon paha
The
nggak tuh?
goal of this
Kayak
trial is to
traveler kemarin,
determine the
coba baru
culprit
datang langsung
behind
dituduh.
serial disappearances case.
Enggak, masalahnya ini mah kayak sengaja pengen dituduh anjir. Gara-gara dia pengen ngelawan si Klorinde, cabe-cabean SMA.
That case had nothing to do with him. You've got the wrong man. Huh? What's going...
Why is she... I told you it couldn't be one of the Fatui Harp.
Miss Navia, this is the second time you've interrupted the court proceedings. I only tolerated your behavior last time but that was an exception rather than standard court protocol.
Ada orang ngegosip pembunuh berantai, jadi dengar gue pelakunya. Gak jelas emang ini. Motivasinya tuh cuman pengen berantem sama si Klorinde secara serius.
Oh, please. Did you ever think I had any respect for this place's... We can put that discussion aside for now. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to charge the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. And if my charges prove true, then Tartaglia here...
Oh, a young lady has charged in and offered to clear my name. How fascinating. Well, So, Your Honor, is there nothing else for me to do?
You may take a seat for now in the audience, but that doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted. Now then, Miss Navia, who is the person you would like to charge instead?
That person is... Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabriere.
Huh? What Confrérie? Never heard of them.
I've heard of them, but weren't they Spina di Ros?
Oh, is this going to be a friends to enemies type situation?
Please let me remind you, Miss Navia, that charging someone is an incredibly serious matter. Committing to the charge also means taking on the... And if the charge fails, depending on the circumstances, you may also be charged with the crime of making a false accusation.
Yes.
In that case, I declare the charge to be valid. Miss Navia and attorneys, please take your places on the... Members of the guards, please contact Mr. Marcel right away so that he may...
Hai Kak, halo Soko.
Mr. Marcel, you will not require an attorney. Is that correct?
Alibi si Marcel apa ya? Si M kan masih jadi tersangka ya. Kalau misalkan masih jadi tersangka, kita teh nggak boleh nyebut nama lengkap si M.
Apologies. It all just happened so quickly. I still haven't figured out. I think an attorney won't be necessary. This is probably just a misunderstanding between me.
Very well. In that case, since both sides have now arrived, Miss Navia, please present your charges.
I would like to take everyone back to 3 years ago, to the case of Kalisz. Only through elucidating what really happened in that case can we connect all the dots for the serial disappearances case.
Mr. P gitu.
Navia, do you really think that I was
Jangan
the one who killed your
spoiler,
father?
sabar dulu.
Come on, why would I do that? Kalisz was my benefactor, and remember both you and I only ran to the scene when we heard the sound of a gun. If that's enough to make me a suspect,
Kita nonton
wouldn't that
drama.
make everyone at that banquet a suspect as well?
I think there's no point in getting into the specifics right now. The audience doesn't even have the big picture yet.
Exactly correct, Your Honor. I must refresh everyone's memory about that case before I can explain my charge and reasoning.
Waktunya kabur, parah Mr. P. Nama
In which
aslinya
case,
siapa ya?
I will recount the findings about that case as originally recorded by Maison Gardiennage. On the day of the murder, Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet in a countryside estate owned by the Confrérie of Cabriere.
Purina suka banget nantangin orang ya. Kamu pengen ditantangin sama Purina?
During the banquet, all attending guests heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. When the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect, Kalisz, holding a gun, while his acquaintance, Jacques, lay dead from a gunshot wound. The guards' investigation did not recover any other firearms from the scene. As a result, they concluded that the suspect's first shot must have missed, while the second must have taken Jacques' life. The suspect did not dispute this conclusion, and also declined to defend himself in court. Instead, he chose to prove his innocence through a duel. Kalisz was defeated by champion duelist Clarand in the ensuing duel, and soon succumbed to the injuries.
Florida itu jadi algojo pengadilan gitu ya?
These are the known facts about the case.
The one with the motive to kill was Jacques, not my father. And even so, Jacques still had no reason to pull the trigger. In truth, the third person shot Jacques first, and was shot in turn by my father when my father seized the gun from him. After that, the true culprit turned the third person into water, erasing all traces of him from the scene.
Cantik Kak, cantik banget Kak, cantik
Thank you for the
gila.
summary, Your Honor. Of course, the guard's conclusion appeared quite sensible to us at the time. However, we should revisit the case now that we've gained new information about the abilities of water from the primordial sea.
Oh, jadi kasusnya minta diangkat lagi ya? Hari saat kejadian, Spinner sedang menyelenggarakan sebuah pesta besar di rumah. 2 suara tembakan. Yang mana ini? Jika perjamuan semua hadir. Oh ini. Oh bukan.
This assassin.
Ngasal gua. Yang ngasal bener kocak. Harusnya ini yang senjata nggak sih? Bukan juga. Ngasal lagi ya. Ih, obat.
Clothing was found at this, but now, since it was raining that day, the culprit was confident that they could use the rain to wash away all traces of their dissolved accomplice. Testimony of the victim's family confirms that Jacques had thoughts of
Berotak
assassinating
Furina momen
Alice
Anda.
for the banquet. However,
Pengen buang air kecil anjay.
and instead
Ntar ah.
shared everything with Callus, hoping to seek the latter's protection. Unfortunately for Jacques, the true culprit had already considered this possibility and had sent out another assassin. Realizing this, the true culprit caused the hired assassin to dissolve into water, leading everyone to believe Callus was responsible for Jacques' murder. This is the true version of events.
Pasti lu sengaja salah biar desah Napia. Mana ada. Emang tadi Napia desah kalau salah? Ya, gua nggak merhatiin kocak.
So that's what happened. Wait, you're telling me something as dangerous as water from the
What a great theory. It also explains Callus's and Jacques'
Mr. Marcel, you are the one being charged with the crime. You should provide a rebuttal.
But I think I agree with everything Navia just said.
Cuci tangan
In
dulu,
fact,
Lip. Oh iya.
there was nothing in her speech that directly implicated me.
Then, may I ask some questions? In my opinion, we
Bau pandan,
primarily
heh.
determine two
Apa dah?
things.
Bau pandan, bau
One,
pandan.
Do you have the evidence
Gua abis
to
ngapain,
back up your
kocak?
claims?
I'm afraid not.
Belum.
At least not
What?
at this very moment.
If you don't have any evidence, you should just go home.
I may not have the evidence with me, but I know where I could go to collect it. If we look up the deserted clothes against a record of people who went missing around the same time, we should be able to find a match. Considering the serial disappearances case, the guards probably kept careful records of all missing persons from around that time, regardless of age or gender.
That makes sense to me. Monsieur Neuvillette, I would consider this to be a reasonable investigative direction.
Why do I feel like Farina's acting a little differently today?
Maybe she's scared of embarrassing herself again?
Alternatively, she's become more diligent after charging an innocent citizen in the last trial.
My second question has to do with the ensuing duel. If the truth is indeed as you described, then why didn't Mr. Callus explain himself in court? If he had testified that a person had been dissolved, he could have at least mounted a defense.
Ini
I
benar.
thought about this too. And the answer is actually pretty simple. He felt there were things that were more important to him. The dissolving power of water from the primordial sea is an important secret for the true culprit of the serial disappearances case. My father
Habis
could have
buang benih
exposed it
anak
for
lu
all
tadi
to
kan
see,
bang. Mana
but he
ada.
chose to take it to the
Kalau
grave.
gitu mah lama kocak.
At that time,
Ngapain sebentar?
Spina di Rosula was in
Halo
dire
Bang Tri.
straits, and his reputation had already been shattered. He had no guarantee that going
Emangnya
forward with
lu
the truth would allow the
sebentar.
culprit to be brought to justice.
Lama lah.
What was certain, however, was that it would paint a gigantic target on my back.
Boss once told me that Demoiselle had already been selected as the next target of the serial disappearances case.
What? If the secret had gotten out,
Astaga,
the
lemah
culprit would
syahwat.
have fought an all-out war with
Alah,
Spina right there
lemah
and then.
syahwat, lemah
I
syahwat.
wouldn't have been the only one in danger. All of us would have stood to lose our lives. Of course, the guards might eventually figure out the truth of the matter and determine that we were in the right. But what good would that do? How can a hollow verdict protect anyone? Had this opera house ever given my father any kind of confidence in its brand of justice, Spina di Rosula would have had no reason to exist. But by staying silent, we retained the ability to deter our opponents and continue the stalemate. I was able to become Spina di Rosula's president, which made me harder to target, as well as giving me more time to grow and learn. And once I have figured out the truth and stepped up to the challenge, I will do what this opera house cannot and restore my father's truth and honor back to him.
So, you mean to say, your father intended to die and
Secara tidak langsung Napia ngehina proses hukum Fountaine di depan muka. Iya anjay tadi kalimatnya.
Of course. All you need is to ask his opponent, Clarand. I don't need your apology, your guilt, or your support from the shadows. You don't have to do anything for my sake. But since he entrusted his will to you, Clarand, you should tell us the truth about his sacrifice.
So, during the duel, did you believe that Callus was intending to die?
Yes, I did. As a champion duelist, I've fought many battles and taken a countless number of dishonored lives. In my line of work, I've seen all kinds of people give their all for the faintest hope to continue living. Some were determined, others passionate, and some even manic and twisted. Just one look
Sedikit
and I
gila
can
tuh
tell
Cio deh
if
itu
a
maksudnya.
duelist is hoping to live or if they're looking to die. I hereby swear on my name and honor as a champion duelist that Mr. Callus never intended to leave the ring alive.
Since that's your testimony, I have no more questions. It appears there really are good grounds to reopen this case.
Pergayurah kecabe-cabean SMA anjay menurut gua mah kancingnya teh gitu anjir.
Right? What she said was fascinating, but kind of beside the point.
Wait, weren't they just talking about the serial disappearances case?
Of course, Your Honor. The two cases are connected via a matter of timing. In my father's case, the culprit intended to kill both Jacques and Callus. As a result, they planned to act after hearing 2 gunshots. And at the end of Linny's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of everyone because they realized they were at risk of being identified. The culprit could only time their actions so precisely if they were already at the scene. Coincidentally, Marcel attended both the banquet and the trial.
So that's why you suspected me. Even after hearing your reasoning, I still can't help but find it a little preposterous.
Alibi si Marcel apa ya?
You've always been an impulsive and sentimental child, Navia. It's one of your most endearing traits.
No need to appeal to pathos.
I won't try to refute your points one by one, but even if everything you just said
Waduh bang,
was
itu
true,
bidadari bang,
can you
waduh.
prove that I was the only person present at both events? On top of that, does a person have to be physically present to control the timing? Can't someone remotely monitor the place?
Ini Napia kalau misalkan jadi VTuber laku kayaknya. Cantik banget anjir tuh.
Know what what she can say to that.
I know that even with that, you might still think you can reduce the list of suspects with some further investigations until I'm the only one left on the list. Alas, who won't feel at least a little hurt by an accusation of murder from a girl you see as your own daughter? But if I were to dismiss this completely, you'd also think I'm not being considerate of your feelings. Ah well, let Uncle Marcel teach you another lesson. Do you know what the biggest flaw in your reasoning is?
I suppose you're gonna tell me anyways.
It's timing again. I'm a businessman by trade. From that standpoint, there's no reason for me to kidnap young women. It's a high-risk action with nothing to gain. In addition, I left my home in Snezhnaya when I was young to come to Poisson and work in some trade. My business only thrived when I received Callus's patronage.
Oh, dia orang Snezhnaya.
But the disappearances began before I ever stepped foot in Fountaine.
I do apologize, demoiselle. This was my mistake.
No, it's not your fault. I'm sure he had come prepared.
Is there anything else you'd like to say? Would you like to check the date of my first business license against the first known case of the serial disappearances?
Alibinya waktu lagi. Salah satu alibi terkuat ketika terjadi suatu kasus adalah waktu, guys. Jadi alibi si Marcel bilang ketika dia pindah ke Poisson dari Snezhnaya, kasus itu udah ada ya.
You can also take a look at my border entry records, or ask my friends and family when I left Snezhnaya for the first time. Could those records and testimonies do something to appease
Belum ada
the
dugaan
unspeakable
sendiri.
anguish in your heart?
Seems like she got the wrong guy.
At this rate, Navia will be convicted for falsely accusing him.
I think you've done a superb job of dissecting your father's feelings as he neared the end of his life. But aren't you going against all of his wishes and He wished for you to become more rational, collected, and conscientious, instead of dwelling only on your own feeling. Once you've learned to be more considerate of others' feelings, and to stop rushing headlong into things.
This isn't just about me. And the biggest difference between me and the rest of the victims is that I still have the ability to search for the truth. The people whose families were destroyed by synth abuse, the people who lost their loved ones to the serial disappearances, and the people who suffered tragic ends due to their sense of justice. Many people's images are flashing before my eyes. I'm sure some are coming to those of you in the audience as well.
Tegang banget suasananya.
And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vache?
Oh!
Oh, so you do know that.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've
I was waiting for you to say that.
Ini pabrik sinte. Sedikit. Aduh. Nyusruk gitu mendaratnya, jelek banget.
Teamwork is dreamwork. The wind knows me. The clouds high. The birds come.
Nice and spicy. Whoa, the floor is going up. Is it because of this mechanism in the middle? That guy really prepared a lot of stuff for this place.
Skill E-nya ngurangin darah dari MC. Lihat darah si MC deh. Oh iya. Baru ngeh. Tapi kalau kena kan jadi bulir-bulir. Bulir-bulirnya itu nambah HP. Pas nyoba pertama di dekat stasiun makanya nggak ngeh. Ah, gimana ini? Cara ngancurinnya gimana, Bang? Kayak ini kah? Oh gitu, dar. Aduh. Kenapa si MC ini pas mendarat ini mulu? Jelek mulu. Wah, Alip baca tutorial. Mana ada baca tutorial? Ih, airnya menguap. Kok airnya menguap sih? Bukan airnya menguap lah, itu mah kocak.
Now we can swim to the top. But this is still a ways away from where we need to go.
Airnya apa namanya? Airnya apa? Kalau air semakin tinggi itu apa? Lah, lo bagus dong baca tutorial, ngerti? Menyublim, enggak, bukan menyublim. Duh, kejedot mulu. Membeku, membeludak. Pasang. Ah, airnya pasang. Kalian mau ngelihat line aku sekarang nggak? Oh, nggak bisa deh di awal doang. Nah, ini nambah darah nih, tuh. Ya, kagak ada. Mendidih kata, sudah dalam domain, kocak. Iya, udah dalam domain, nggak bisa ganti. Tuh airnya ini lagi, apa namanya teh? Pasang. Hampir lupa lagi gua. Wih, mekanismenya kenapa berubah jadi jam 6? Let's go Paimon. Nih Paimon nih, lihat atraksi MC. Kita atraksi Paimon. Gengs. Asik. Gua kira ini air. Wih. Kayak di ini taman wisata aqua, apa namanya? Aqua bus, bukan apa? Yang akuarium itu loh. Dub. Di world. Nah, itu dia. Saya world. Let's go, boy. Nih dia teh nanti teh nge-heal. Nih kan. Nah, bulir-bulir ininya berapa sih nge-healnya? Coba. 1000. Gede juga.
Into the wind.
Bombs away.
One with nature.
Cuman nge-healnya buat sendiri doang, gak bisa diambil karakter lain sayangnya. Lupa channel bisa setting apa enggak? Gak tahu deh. Beneran kopium. MC Hydro beneran kopium.
After all that, we go as expected. The mastermind
Channelnya
is
ngapil.
here. That's right. Then let's hurry up and find some evidence so we can get back to the opera house and help Navia.
Kok dia bisa tahu lokasi ya? Cari petunjuk di dalam markas.
What's all this? Pink accessories, a hair tie, a necklace, even a makeup box. Oh, Paimon sees it too, but why are all these cute things labeled with different girls' names? Huh? You mean the girls from this, and then they were, and all the boxes of things, these names. Oh, look! There's an important looking basin over here, and it's full of water. That means this is where they make all the synth! And that special water is the main ingredient! If you dilute it with normal water, you'll get synth, but the pure stuff can dissolve a human! Paimon will take notes on this incriminating evidence.
Foto, disuruh foto nggak ya? Foto dong bang. Harusnya foto biar jadi bukti. Mana deh?
Let's see what's written here. Nothing escapes Detective Paimon's eyes. Callus. Navia's father. Oh, this seems to be an investigation report. Yep. It's about finding someone to assassinate. This should prove the existence of the third person, right? We still have not determined the exact content of the key information. The old dog's a real menace to deal with. Even if he abides by the promise he's made to us, he will still have the upper. He can act whenever he wants to make our lives miserable. The only option left is to remove him from the picture entirely. I concur. Let's send someone to kill him. He won't declare war as long as we don't touch... Oh, seems like we've got a bunch of correspondence between the higher-ups. They're all just... And so many bottles of ingredients that probably just contain the waters of the... Mixing in progress. Ready to drink? Stock sample? Huh. They've also got all the synth pretty clearly labeled.
Tapi kenapa cuman orang Fountaine yang larut dari air primordial ya? Kenapa orang Fountaine serentan itu ya?
Whoa, there's even fruit flavored synth? Yep.
Dan kenapa kalau misalkan Archon Hydro tahu itu nggak cari tahu masalahnya ya?
Experiment number 16 aims to verify Jacob Ingold's research conclusions on the primordial sea and use his theory. The experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water from the primordial sea. Female specimens 22, 23, and 24 were dissolved.
Di sini juga nggak dijelasin sih bang. Archonnya teh kayak lupa diri kalau dia teh Archon gitu loh.
Sorry, traveler. Paimon will try her best. It's just that Paimon's never read. How can someone write something that terrible in such a matter-of-fact tone? You read the rest. Paimon's too scared to keep going. So that's why he did all of these. Wait, did he really think he'd be able to find a way just by dissolving people over and over? That's just insane! heard by the fountain? Paimon thought he was an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. You mean Vache is the one who did all of these... experiments?
Oh, gitu. Anjing, ngeri juga si pacar nih berarti. Berarti sih sengaja dilarutkan ya. Korban pertama kan? Si pacarnya yang jadi Oceanid adalah korban pertama kan?
So that's it. Vache was no victim, but personally took his lover and...
Oh iya, Paimon juga menduga tuh.
That's not it either. If that's the case, why would he want people to resurface from the water? In any case, Paimon will... We've looked at almost everything here, and it seems like our theories were spot on. But... yeah, we haven't found anything that reveals his true identity. No wonder even Nervalet wasn't able to find anything. Whoever it is probably destroyed everything to do with that name a long time ago. That way, even if we bring all this back to the opera, we won't be able to identify the true culprit. Sure thing. Paimon won't admit defeat to this.
Kita kesini udah kan tadi? Kita suruh kemana lagi?
You take that side and Paimon will take this side. Check everything carefully. We'll find something for sure.
Kegedean layarnya pusing lama-lama.
Nothing at all. And Paimon can't even find snacks either. Whoa, really? Let Paimon see. Vinier. Isn't that Vache's lover's name? Then you found her diary. Aw. It's just a normal diary chronicling their love story. She was so sweet too. Oh.
Apa ini tulisannya?
So many! A whole page's worth! But they're all crossed out. Was the final name she decided Marcel? Wait, but Marcel's pretty old. Has this case been going on for so long that he's Vache and Vinier's grown son?
Identitas dipalsukan berarti ya. Berarti Marcel itu identitas palsu ya. Nama aslinya Pachel.
And whose image do you see? Is it a man named Vache? Oh, so you...
I've merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've
I was waiting for you to say that.
Navia! We're back!
As expected of my partner. I just knew you'd return and...
Just how often do you intend to flout the...
It's all right, Monsieur Nervalet. Given their confidence, I expect they've found...
Tumben si ini, Furina. Ngapain ini? Pilih. Oh, salah deh, coba pikir. Males. Apa bukti yang dapat mengungkap identitas asli pacar?
But the truth of it, Marcel, is that you've always been Vache.
Akhirnya MC ngomong. Let's go. Setelah terakhir kali ketika di Custom Underground kalau nggak salah, akhirnya MC ngomong lagi coy. Ngeri. Waduh. Ngeri juga.
Huh?
We've investigated your lair and we already know everything. After your lover, Veneer, was dissolved, you kept abducting young women to experiment on the hopes of bringing her back to you.
And that's all, folks. See you next year. Setahun sekali anjir MC ngomongnya. Ngeri juga.
You even created Marcel as a new identity and destroyed all records of your past as Vache.
So that's it. Even the villains in opera performances rarely go that far. And with that, Marcel's motive has
this information regarding your past also dismantles your prior timing defect. Well, Marcel, you fixated your gaze on the lover that passed away instead of paying attention to the living people around you. So, you never noticed how we changed or how we grew as individuals.
You also never understood Boss's real expectations.
Or our determination to see things through.
You're determined.
Mr. Marcel, please speak up now if you would like to defend yourself. Otherwise...
Do you really pay attention to you? What for? Have you ever paid attention to me? Ever empathized with my pain? Ever known how it feels to watch the love of your life dissolve right in front of your eyes? No one helped me. No one even believed me. All those decades ago, even the officers from the Maison Guard, they said there's no way a human being can turn into water. So I must have gone mad from grief. Vignere's death was brushed away by all of you as if it didn't matter at all. Well, now you know, don't you? Ha! Well, you only have yourselves to blame. You set up this ornate opera house in pursuit of your so-called justice, your beloved drama, while turning a blind eye to the suffering of the people. Vignere is dead. We promised each other that we would always be together. Wherever she could, but I'm not from this blasted place. So I can't be dissolved. No matter what I do.
Hey, is that water from the primordial sea that he's drinking?
I can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Do you all see? I can't go! I can't follow! So if I can't go where she is, what choice do I have but to try? I did all of that. And in the end, that accursed callus still got the better of me. I spent my entire life living on pins and needles, only to get stabbed by his idiot daughter at the very...
The suspect is exhibiting signs of mental distress. Guards, please restrain...
Don't touch me! Don't anybody come near me! I still need to say, Vignere, please, Vignere, don't think badly of me.
At this point, the verdict of this trial is clear. With Mr. Marcel's conviction, the charges against Mr. Tartaglia no longer...
Fine by me. I was in a bad mood, but after a show like that, I'm actually feeling pretty good.
Traveler, please submit all the evidence you have collected to the guards, so that... The man now known as Marcel was originally named Vache and worked as an adventurer with his partner and lover Vignere. During an underwater expedition, Vignere accidentally came into contact with water from the primordial sea and was dissolved in front of Vache as a result. Vache learned of the primordial water's existence through the work of others and began to kidnap young women for research, with the goal of discovering a method to restore Vignere back to life. To cover his tracks, he invented the new alias of Marcel and began to operate a business in Poisson. During the course of his research, Vache discovered that a diluted concoction of water from the primordial sea can induce feelings of euphoria and began to manufacture and market synth. However, as he accumulated wealth to fund his continued research and expanded the scope, he came into conflict with Spina di Rosula. After exchanging blows with Spina di Rosula for many years, Vache decided to assassinate their president Callus at a banquet. Although the assassination did not go as Vache expected, he was able to turn Callus into the murder suspect by dissolving the assassin he sent to the scene. And just recently, Vache attempted to frame Linny as the culprit of the serial disappearances case, using a similar method. However, his attempt to frame Linny failed, and the power of water from the primordial sea became public knowledge. This case also exposed enough of Vache's machinations that he was eventually successfully charged in court. Thus concludes the enigmatic history of the serial disappearances case, with the truth revealed to all.
Emang boleh sebutin itu?
Oratrice will now deliver the final verdict regarding the charges against Mr. Vache.
Karena dia udah kaya, orang tua ya bisa nyewa siapa aja.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr. Vache is guilty.
Guards! Take Vache away.
Good. It's what he deserves.
With that, the serial
Halo
disappearance
Tiske, apa kabar?
We really just witnessed history. Who would have thought the true culprit would be such a polite and well-spoken guy?
Yippee! We helped Navia bring the bad guy to justice! He's hurt so many innocent people and now he's finally getting what he deserves.
Ada momen apa?
Are you okay?
Demoiselle, you were absolutely...
The day our late boss had always hoped...
Yeah. See, Papa? Spina di Rosula's still doing well with me at the helm.
See, Papa?
Well now, hasn't this been a most delicious piece of drama? The villain has been caught, justice has been served, passed wrong. Since it's been such a great show, I'll just let the false accusations against me slide. Either way, I've still got some business to attend to, so...
Please wait just one moment, Mr. Tartaglia.
What now? None of this has...
According to court protocol, since this trial was initiated due to a charge against you, a verdict must also be made regarding the initial...
Oh, come on. Is this really necessary? Haven't you already caught the real criminal? Isn't it time for side character...
Please respect the laws of Fountaine. This has always been the rule.
All right, but this sure is a lot of hassle. All I need to do is stand over there, right? Let's just...
Through evidence presented in the public trial that was just held, it has been established that Mr. Tartaglia has no direct connection to the serial disappearance. The guilty party has been identified, and thus it is lot. We now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, guilty.
What?
Hey! That's not funny! Didn't you just say What's with this verdict? Is your justice machine malfunctioning?
Huh? This has never happened before. The Oratrice actually returned a different verdict from the Chief Justice.
I mean, have you ever heard of an innocent Fatui Harbinger? Do you think the Oratrice might have just convicted it?
But weren't the charges about the serial disappearances case? No matter what else he's guilty of, it shouldn't affect the verdict in this case.
The judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale is, by law, the final verdict. Guards, please take the suspect into custody.
So this is how justice is done in Fountaine. What a joke.
What a joke! What a joke!
You've got your rules. Well, I've got mine too!
Anjay.
I am sorry. If you have been wronged, we will find the truth. But the rules of the court must be upheld.
Hey, Monsieur Novelette, what's going on? Shouldn't they have been cleared already?
Apologies. This is also the first time I've
Anjing
encountered such a
dilompatin.
situation.
Itu kalau slow motion ya guys.
Established
Kalau
that
slow
the
motion itu
conception of
lompatnya
Fontaine's
bukan
court
gitu tuh
system,
dar. Tapi
the
gini.
oratrice's judgment is the final verdict.
Anjing diteke doang langsung
All I do
kenok.
is follow court procedure. As for why the oratrice arrived at the conclusion it did,
Diteke doang
probably
kenok
ask
anjing.
someone more knowledgeable than me.
Udah keren-keren pas beraksinya kan. Oh jadi gini aturan di Fountaine. Apabila kalian ingin membuat aturan dengan peraturan kalian sendiri, aku akan bla 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 sendiri lah intinya gitu. Pak Hakim melanggar hukum proses Genshin. Pak Hakim. Kita sebut Pak Hakim lah ya.
Why are you looking at me? I had nothing to do with it. I don't know what happened there either.
What does Lady Farina mean by that?
She says she has no idea either, but that's impossible. Didn't she?
Yeah, so are the verdicts reliable or not? Can results like this really be called justice?
My dearest citizens, did you really think we'd allow an incorrect verdict to be handed out in this court? Did you really believe that the judgment could be mistaken or be the result of some sort of random mishap? Don't tell me you thought even I had been blindsided by the oratrice's result.
But the way she looked just now, it was pretty obvious she had no idea what was going on.
However, given the state of things, I shall give you an explanation. Everything that just took place, including my supposed shock and bafflement, was a part of an elaborate performance, with every action meant to stir up drama and excitement. And, of course, for every performance there is a script. Everything has unfolded exactly as I expected from the very beginning. As the embodiment of the very concept of justice, the oratrice shall never render an arbitrary judgment.
Udah kayak artis lagi ngelakuin pendenial anjir.
It is only because you've been blinded by the superficial appearance of innocence. Everything he's done, not to mention the danger he poses, are beyond ordinary comprehension and completely unforgivable. All shall be revealed in time. You will come to understand my noble intentions, as well as the absolute correctness of the oratrice's verdict. Now, having said that, although I hate to leave things hanging in suspense, it is now time for this performance to end. As the lead actress, I shall be the first to take my leave. Toodaloo!
So she chose to make her escape after all, did she?
Seperti biasanya dia memilih
So
untuk
you're
kabur.
saying we shouldn't put much stock into what she just said?
She probably just put on that performance to save face. As for the truth, it's unlikely that she actually has any idea. However, please be assured that I will continue to investigate this case in a personal capacity. Just as I promised, if the judgment has been incorrect, we will do our utmost to clear his name.
All right. Even though we feel pretty badly for him, we'll take your word for it for now. After all, he's done plenty of bad stuff, so he should have known he...
Biasa aja dong natapnya bang.
Time to broaden our horizon.
Mama, ada om-om jahat, Mama. Mama, ada om-om jahat. Ngelihatnya gitu banget anjir. Mama, ada om-om jahat. Tatapannya ngeri, Mama. Lari. Kamu. Anjir, kalau gue punya Kiki lebih lucu jokesnya. Anjir, gue gak punya Kiki. Kiki, Kli. Anjir, Cilde beneran diteke doang, coy.
Hey, what are you doing? Quick, stop him!
Traveler! Hey! Traveler!
Marcel! What are you doing over here?
Harusnya sih Marcel diajak ke pancuran yang di luar ya.
Or we'll add another charge to the list.
No,
Harusnya.
wait. I just want to ask the traveler something. I'm not looking to run away. Please, just let me ask this one small thing.
Soalnya si traveler kan bisa koneksi tadi sama si pacarnya dia kan.
Thank you. I was being led away when I finally realized something. Weird. I erased all records of that name. So...
Are you still trying to prove your innocence? Give it up. You've already been convicted.
Really? You did? You're sure? You met her? The Fountain of Lucine? Then she's been so... Please give me a chance to talk to her again. Just let the trap...
What? Give an inch and you want to take a mile? Do you think serial
Paimon agrees. Why should we give
This request, is it worth as much?
Of course! Wait, no. It's...
Humans. Will they betray the instinct to live just... Very well. I will...
Your Honor,
I will go with him. You do not need to worry about any escape.
In that case, I shall leave him in your most...
Thank you, Your Honor.
Tapi gue penasaran, gimana caranya dia bisa jadi Arkon? Dan apa yang dia lakukan sebagai Arkon teh apa? Gue penasaran, nggak ada di sini, nggak bisa dijelasin, di sini teh.
Is this the place? You said she's here, but what do I need to do to see her?
Pilot ini udah confirm bukan manusia tapi nggak dikasih tahu secara gamblang ya. Oh gitu, dialog tadi menunjukkan kalau misalkan dirinya bukan manusia. Dialog jadi manusia bisa apa tadi katanya? Jadi manusia bisa apa ya tadi? Lupa gue. Jangan-jangan si Neopilot buatan Hydro ini. Lebih berwibawa secangkir beliau daripada Arkonnya sendiri. Salah. Gue penasaran juga, tapi lebih menarik sih jadinya nanti di patch. Terus bentuk kupingnya sama scan terakhir nanti. Oh gitu. Dia belum memahami manusia 100%.
Yeah, and even Paimon could hear her after drinking that thing.
Vache.
Nah, Pahre.
Yes, that's it. So you heard it.
Vignere, it's me. It's
Vignere.
me, Vache.
It's me, Pahre. Pahre.
I'm here. Where are...
Hey, wait! Be careful!
Vignere, is that you? It's me, Vache.
Vache, why did you come? You look a lot...
It's been more than 20 years. I've suffered all this time. Only the thought of bringing you back has kept me alive. I must be dreaming. Who would have thought I'd get the check? Vignere, you are my everything. I really don't know how I could live.
But Vache, if you ask me...
What are you saying?
If not for you, I would have finished my law degree and probably become a top-tier attorney one day. If not for you, I would have continued to pursue my love of the arts and my works would have been displayed in the Palais Mermonia. If not for you, I would at least have been able to take care of my mother. And she would not have grown old and died alone. It's all because of your selfishness, Vash.
Wait, you are not Vignier. Who?
You're right. I am not Vignier. I am the sacrifices.
Sacrifices.
Every woman who died by your hand, as our bodies dissolved, our consciousnesses flowed back to the primordial sea. Our thoughts circulated endlessly within the primordial sea, and we were no longer individuals. But I'm Cressy. I'm Lemony. I'm Azine. The only one I am not.
Anjir, Oceanitnya jadi bipolar.
Why? But then, where is...
She doesn't want to see you anymore. Every tendril of her consciousness is avoiding you.
Mama, aku
This is
takut.
what you get for your selfishness. Your selfishness robbed us of our lives and our futures. You said, but did you ever consider whether she'd want to see you do the things that you did? If she would despise you for what you became? You are a liar, a heartless The only thing you are not is Vignier's beloved. From the moment your first victim died and her consciousness merged with Vignier's, she has had nothing but pure hatred for you.
No! Yeah! She can't hate me. Let me see her.
You still don't understand. When I said don't look for me, that came from the real Vignier. She really does. But on top of that, she also said that because it's her fight. She said that because she knew that if you did come here, we will show no mercy to you.
Vache.
Vache? Vache. 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 Drown.
Finally, we have some time to do shopping. Gosh, it's really been a long time since we've been able to relax.
Ending gak jelas nih.
Well met, partner. I knew something great was going to happen when I woke up in such a good mood today.
Even this weather can't put a damper on the demoiselle's mood.
It's a pleasure to see you both again.
Kenapa kacamatanya gitu banget? Dah bingung gua mah.
Oh, now that I believe. I'm easy to work with and always bring home the bacon. Who wouldn't treasure having a partner like me?
Sounds like you're really enjoying life these days, Navia. What have you been busy with since the trial?
It's just been one thing after the other. I've been making non-stop trips between Poisson and the courts in Sen. Everyone from
Babang
Spina
Silver
di
bebas,
Rosula
bos.
organized a memorial for my father. We never held a memorial when he first died, since everyone knew that even if we held
Kalau
one
nggak
back
pakai
then,
kacamata
no
lebih
one was
keren
going to
anjay.
come. This time, though,
Atau enggak
everyone
rambutnya
in Poisson
diurai ya gitu
and
loh.
even many people from the
Gue
court all
diikat ya
attended.
kayak preman-preman pasar baru gitu loh.
Definitely been cleared now. That's what we like to hear.
It's been the dearest wish of Demoiselle all along.
That blasted stubborn fool. I was right to put my faith in him. Oh, by the way, I ran into Charlotte just after I left the memorial service. Well, maybe it'd be more accurate to say I knew she would be there.
Huh? So you know Charlotte too?
Yeah, way back when I first became the president of the Spina di Rosula, she was all over me. Wouldn't take I believe the story was called The True Heart of Darkness. To be fair, though, it was a really flattering feature. So she was trying to lean on our friendship to get me to do an exclusive piece on...
Oh yeah, she told us about that. She's always been super interested in that case, so...
Anyway, I told her to make sure that when she writes about you guys entering the opera house with the critical evidence, that you both...
Now that's another thing to look forward to.
Oh, and in other news,
Oh, are you two on
while you were investigating Vache's headquarters, it was thanks to her that we were able to turn the tide.
Oh, that's great. Paimon also thought Clarend wasn't actually a bad person.
Maksudnya gini loh. Nanti kita ngobrol terakhiran sebelum off streaming. Ada beberapa hal yang menarik sebenarnya.
Oh, actually, there's still one last thing I need to do.
What is it?
I should pay a visit to my father's grave and tell him the truth of what happened, as well as how it all ended. And on top of that, just how much people still look up to him. To this...
Miss Navia.
Indeed.
We want to go too. We also think Callus is a really admirable person.
Sure thing. I'd like you two to share the moment with me. After all,
Jam berapa? Nggak tahu deh. Jam berapa Piske? Apakah energia air primordial dan satu kata larut semua? Nah itu yang bakal jadi bahan diskusi nanti.
Yeah, you're right.
Bentar dulu dia dialog mulu nih berisik.
This is where my father's grave is.
Huh? There's someone there? Isn't that Nervalette? Why would the Chief Justice be here? Huh? Navia?
My apologies. I should have asked before coming to...
Don't say that.
Sorry about that.
Oh,
Kuping, bentar
I was
kuping.
trying
Mungkin
to
saya
say
bakal
there's
gitu
no
mungkin.
need for you to apologize. I wanted to show my father how much I've grown. But still, I doubt I've grown to the point that even the Chief Justice would feel compelled to apologize to me over and over.
In that case, I will stop apologizing for now.
You really could use some pointers on understanding human emotions, Mr. In any case.
Well, ever since that day, I've been turning a question over and over in my head. Just what is justice anyway? There was once a time when I didn't want to believe that there could be anything more important to humans than life itself. Oh, rather than that, it's probably more truthful to say I didn't believe humans were capable of resisting the most basic instinct of living things. That they could rebel against their own nature, or consider certain things to be more important than their own lives. Which is also why I didn't stop your father from beginning that fateful duel. I believed that a truly innocent man would never throw away his life like that. That there was nothing, should have been nothing more important than one's own continued survival. But Mr. Callus proved me utterly and decisively wrong. If not for his sacrifice, the serial disappearances case would have remained unsolved to this day. Mr. Callus made the choice he did for his daughter, for his associates, and for many people completely unrelated to him. And in the end, from a certain perspective, one could say that he did it all for the sake of justice. A justice that's higher than life itself. So, you asked me why I came here. I just wanted to say my apologies to Mr. Callus in person. I should have noticed all of this much sooner. This regret has filled me with a sadness that has haunted me for days. That high and mighty chair in the opera Epiclese indeed insulates one from many important things. Spina di Rosula, thank you so much for your hard work and perseverance.
I'm
lucu.
sorry for being mad at you before.
lucu.
So you're actually one of those types that's cold on the outside, but pretty thoughtful on the inside, huh? That reminds me of Silver, one of my guys.
Sorry about that. Self-expression is not one of my strong suits.
Didn't I just say you don't need to apologize?
Ah, so made their piece as well. Let's not disturb them for now. We can wait till after they're done. Paimon's never paid respects at someone's grave before. Did Paimon? Huh? Oh, Paimon didn't know that was a thing. But, oh no. Paimon hopes Miss Navia won't be too mad. Anyway, Nervalette is still standing around there. It's not often that we can catch him alone like this.
Om, jangan liatin aku kayak gitu, Om. Takut, Om.
Oh, it's you two. Did Miss Navia invite you to come pay your respects to her father?
Mm-hmm. We ran into Navia on the streets today, so we just followed her here.
I see, I see.
I see.
Then is there something that I can help you with?
Well, it's pretty hard to run into you like this since you're usually super busy. So we figured we could try to ask you a few questions, if that's okay.
Please feel free. Though outsiders, you helped us solve one of the greatest mysteries in Fountaine, and it would be my pleasure to return the favor.
Ini kan. Jadi gini kan. Kita bisa ngobrolin beberapa hal nih. Hal yang pertama yang kita bisa obrolin adalah kita tahu kalau misalkan air primordial itu berarti suatu ancaman bagi bangsa Fountaine kan. Nah, pertanyaan yang pertama, kok bisa Arkon nggak tahu? Ada ancaman segede itu di negaranya, tapi dia nggak tahu gitu loh. Yang kedua, bisa jadi kan air primordial itu dimanfaatkan oleh Harbinger nantinya untuk menjadi senjata ngelawan Fountaine gitu. Selesain quest di Catherine, oke. Menurut kalian gimana? Bener kan? Lah kok pay letter kursi gua kosong, gua baru ngeh. Kenapa pay letter kursi gua kosong? Oh, tanggalnya udah sebulan. Nanti gua ubah. Kalau Arle selempeng itu masa iya dia bakal ngelarutin tanah air ya? Iya sih. Guys, isiin guys. Udah di kode itu. Enggak, bohong. Enggak, harusnya tuh ada isinya. Harusnya. Kira-kira nanti bakal gimana ya? Tentang larutan. Betul, selamat datang Lord. Larutan itu bakal gimana ya? Nasibnya. Kok 07 sih? Today. Lah kok masih kosong? Bingung gua. Padahal bodo amat. Nanti deh. Halo Bro Gali, itu dengar yang ramalan aja itu. Itu dengar yang ramalan aja. Iya kan? Coba. Tentang air dan lautan primordial.
At court, the bad guys refer referred to that special water as water from the primordial sea, but...
Truthfully, that name is already quite accurate. I can only surmise that Vache and his ilk only learned of its nature and existence after extensive research. There used to be a special sea on the surface of this planet. The nature of its seawater was rather different from that of the sea. Most of Tevat's life forms were first born in that special sea. You could say it nurtured much of the life on this planet.
Huh. So it really was where everything began. It makes sense to call it primordial then.
But today, the primordial sea no longer exists on the planet's surface. What Vache discovered must have been some kind of special case, or a remnant from a truly ancient age.
Huh. So that's how it is. Oh, you really know everything, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Indeed. Why would the primordial sea, which was known to engender and nurture life, suddenly reverse itself and devour life instead? To be frank, that also doesn't match my understanding of this world and its laws. There must still be some unknown secrets around the people of this land.
Jadi si Neopilot juga belum tahu ya?
You'd like to ask me?
Masih dong, masih dong.
That the sea levels will rise and everyone will be dissolved in water, leaving Farina crying alone on her throne, but the sins of the people will be finally washed away for good.
Farina tuh sedih tentang naiknya permukaan laut dan bahwa semua orang akan larut, meninggalkan Farina terseduh sendirian di tahtanya, tapi juga menyucikan seluruh dosa umat manusia.
Does that appropriately summarize the version you've heard?
That's right. It was Linny that told us back then. And
yes, up to the present, I think we reached a point where we have no choice. Rumors have it that this prophecy is rooted in the last words the former Hydro Archon left to the world.
A prophecy? Of the former Hydro Archon?
Two parts of the prophecy have already proven correct. The rising sea levels and the ability of the people of Fountaine to be dissolved. We should be more vigilant and stay on the watch for further signs.
Ternyata kenapa ramalan itu bisa bertahan sampai saat ini dan kenapa ramalan itu banyak dipercaya yang bilang Arkon terdahulu, coy.
Speaking of the prophecy, Farina has also always taken it quite seriously. Indeed, she has been collecting information and intelligence from across Tevat for this purpose.
Nah gini dong, Farina ada kerjanya,
If
kocak.
the rumors were true, then perhaps this prophecy is the conundrum left to Farina by her predecessor.
Okay.
But with Farina being the way she is, can we really trust her to solve it?
Kita emang satu pemikiran, Paimon. Kita emang keren.
Is there anything else you'd like to?
Kita lihat
My
tentang
apologies.
COD.
My investigation has still... However, I still believe the judgment of the Oratrice...
But you also said you thought he would...
For many years, I have been quite aware that the Oratrice does not simply mechanically repeat the verdict that I give on each. As a divinely created mechanism, the people's unified faith in the concept of justice is integrated into it.
Mekanisme ciptaan dewa itu adalah perwujudan keyakinan semua orang tentang konsep keadilan. Berarti orang-orang yang tadi yang nggak percaya kecil deh gitu. Bahkan Pak Hakim nggak mau jawab. Pak Hakim. Iya ya, tadi pertanyaan si Paimon nggak dijawab ya. Langsung dialihkan. Apakah ada pertanyaan lain, kata Pak Hakim. Si Purina ini harus dididik sama si MC yang udah ketemu 4 Arkon ya. Apakah? Berarti next cerita kayaknya si Purina bakal sering ngobrol sama si MC ini. Ditutorin sama MC gimana caranya jadi Arkon yang bener. Iya. Bakal ditutorin. Kalau bener ngakak gua asli dah.
Not only can it produce the incredible power of indemnitium, which is all to say I have been prepared for a situation like this.
So when Linny told us that he heard a human...
I was not aware such a thing had occurred. Perhaps that could serve to prove my conjecture. I will add that to the list of items to investigate. In any case, I am inclined to believe that the Oratrice does have a method based on Farina's reaction. I doubt even she had any idea what was going on. She managed to bluff her way through it, though, While we do intend to get to the bottom of this, for now, we regret to say that the Fatui Harbinger will just have to bide his time in the fortress of Merapede.
Emang ngeselin itu Arkon. Betul, selamat datang Bro Gali. Kami akan menyelidiki ini sampai ketemu titik terangnya. Tapi sementara ini si Harbinger Fatui itu dia malah jadi ini ya. Berarti bakal ditahan dong.
If we did incorrectly convict him of crimes he did not commit, we will most certainly compensate him to the fullest extent.
If you ask Paimon, the only compensation he'll want is a no-holds-barred fight with you.
Is there anything else you'd...
Ada satu lagi.
Your sibling, another blonde-haired traveler. I'm sorry, but I've never seen anyone who matches. If he ever stepped foot in Fountaine, I'm sure he followed our laws to the letter and had no reason to appear on the stage of the opera Epicles. Is there anything... Very well. It was my honor to provide you with what answers I could. I very much enjoyed conversing with you. It will soon be time for me to leave this blissful tranquility behind.
You really are super busy, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Super
I
busy.
thought you only came here to pay your respects today because you had...
Crime and villainy do not have the day off, and so justice must work around the clock as well.
Alright, huh? Paimon just noticed that the rain has stopped.
Bagai rintik hujan turun tanpa sebab. Selesai. Bagai rintik hujan turun tanpa sebab. Hai begitu. Ya sinapianya hilang. Jadi gini ya Pur. Gini ya. Duduk lo. Gue bakal tutorin gimana caranya jadi Arkon yang bener gitu loh. Nih ya, gue tunjukin nih. Gue tuh berteman sama banyak Arkon. Mulai dari yang pertama gue nggak gacha lagi. Nih Arkon ngopi nih ya. Ini Arkon introvert nih. Ini Arkon bijaksana, Arkon maboknya kagak ada. Gue kagak gacha Pur. Sorry ini mah. Dia sempat ngomong sama Napia. Enggak deh kayaknya. Lupa aku. Yang ini masalahnya rumit lah. Ini mah nyampe berantem. Kalau Zhongli masalahnya apa ya? Gue lupa. Waktu Arkon Quest Liwe masalahnya apa ya? Gue lupa. Yang lawan naga itu gak sih? Yang ngelawan yang dibantu sama Xiao itu gak sih? Gue lupa alur ceritanya lebih yang detail. Gue lupa. Yang dianya ngopi itu kan? Enggak lah, Halif gak baca peringatan. Sayang sekali padahal kocok obrolannya. Nanti gue searching obrolannya di YouTube. My bad lah. Kirain teh pengoba. Halo Catherine. Atau Kasem. Yang pertama kali kita ke Liwe. Terus quest Arkon. Oh yang naga. Yang si Zhongli-nya pensiun jadi Morax gak sih? Yang akhirnya diserahkan ke manusia yaitu Ningguang. Bener yang itu nggak? Lau nanya apa tadi? Nanya quest Arkon di ini. Quest Arkon di Liwe, lupa yang mana. Agak emas bingung gua. Gak ada lagi sumber lagi. Elah. 2, 3, 4, 5. Lima 50, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59. Ini udah 59 nih. Pilih 58. Mau perayaan lihat naga, tahu-taunya naganya jatuh. Nah ya itu MC dicurigain ditolong Cilde. Nah, pengorbanan jet chamber.
If you're not sure what to do next, how about I take you on a walk?
Jadi nanti ngapain lagi nih kita? Explore. Kulus. Apa quest dulu ya? Quest ambilin kali ya. Kita ngerjain quest. Tapi kalau misalkan ngelihat tantangan, ngelihat chest, ngelihat puzzle, kerjain gitu kali ya. Biar nggak numpuk gitu. Nanti kalau misalkan ada kulus yang keambil, tandain gitu. Kalau mau bounty Fountaine, perlu seenggaknya semua world quest selesai. Oke, bounty.
Alright, let's head off.
Nih,
Prepare to be amazed.
tukang sulap gue udah bisa 100.000 guys.
Alright, let's head off.
Nih, pesulap. Kok ini kagak ada ya? Gue bingung. Harusnya ini teh ada. Belum apa? World quest yang Virgil. Oh iya, world questnya ngerjain yang mana dulu? World questnya ngerjain yang mana dulu? Besok kerjain yang mana nih world questnya? Semua aja rata-rata, maksudnya awalnya yang mana? Khawatirnya kan nanti ngerjainnya salah nih. Kan suka ada urutannya nih. Lebih baik yang ini dulu bang. Atau yang ini dulu. Bantu Petit Chow, tempat yang seharusnya tidak ada oceanid. Kamu bertemu dengan oceanid kecil. Jalan-jalan di sekitar rumah. Ini mah yang tadi si ini gak sih? Yang Melus nih belum ketemu ya di Pulau Elnas. Ada Melusine diganggu preman. Kayaknya belum ke trigger deh. Coba abis ini kita cobain ya. Gue udah seberapa jam streaming? Baru 4 jam. Santai aja. Udah ada sih kayaknya beda cerita.
Let's light it up! I'm going in!
One with wind and cloud.
Solidify.
Step right up.
Idi. Kalian ngelihat kan tadi 140.000. Tapi di Tuweki itu ada namanya Marian disebut Lih yang cerita fondasi dunia doang sih lor. Gak terlalu berhubungan sama aku. Hop. Dapat bunga yang berpotensi juga nih. Konstelasi berapa? Channel atuh. Channel. Ini rasionya 70-200. Ini sebelum belum di crown ya, apalagi udah di crown ya, ngeri juga ya. Kalau udah di crown pakai signatur, pakai artefak baru, ngeri banget. Nanti tujuannya pengennya Senjata nggak tahu lah, ini pasrah. Kalau senjata dikasih alhamdulillah, nggak dikasih nggak apa-apa. Kalau artefak bakal dikejar pakai artefak baru. Talent juga bakal di crown. Kok udah 90 aja sih? Gue males ngumpulin rainbow flowernya masih 70. Ih kocak. Gue nyuri. Gue nyuri di tempat ini nih yang gamak, yang banyak sama gampang. Di sini satu. Ini sama sini nih. Gue nyuri itu. Keliling-keliling WL orang. Bersnya kenapa nggak dinaikin? Bersnya gitu doang. Yang paling penting CA-nya sama skillnya. Nah ini dari skill nih, bola-bola ini nih. Nih mana sih, gue lupa. Mana ya? Mana sih? Ini kan? Nah ini. Ini nih, saat ada Green Malkin Heart yang diciptakan oleh lainnya di medan perang, kembang api akan membuat Green Malkin Heart meledak dengan kuat dan mengakibatkan perodaman yang setara dengan cara ini akan dianggap sebagai damage charge attack. Makanya ini sama ini dulu yang penting. Burstnya belakangan. Tanah buat nanem bisa ditambahin gak sih? Lupa gue. Apa cuman max 2? Gak tahu deh. Gak tahu tipot. Iya bisa ditanam. Oh bisa ditanam. Ini yang di tukang petani kan banyak ya. Tadi udah diambilin sama Jaki. Daerah sini udah diambilin sama Jaki. Yaudah. Sepertinya hari ini cukup ya. Udah 4 jam. Oke, besok bisa fokus lagi buat cicil-cicil quest. Bisa fokus buat bantuin kalian juga. Spiral berapa hari lagi? 9 hari lagi, masih lama. Max 2 per jenis tanaman. Gitu. Kalian udah nginjek rumput petani belum? Nginjek rumput petani yang akhirnya dimarahin. Mana sih? Lupa gue. Petaninya di mana ya? Ini ya. Anjir, nginjek ini dimarahin, kocak. Hup. Anjir, langsung dimarahin anjir. Dasar jahat, dasar tidak bermoral. Pergi saja dari sini ke tempat yang jauh, ke sisi lain gunung, ke geng-geng di kota, sampai aku tidak bisa melihat kalian lagi. Cuman gara-gara nginjek tanaman doang. Nggak sengaja. Wah nanti deh lanjutinnya. Udah lelah, saya sudah lelah bang. Thank you buat hari ini yang udah nemenin. Thank you Bang Adi, thank you Bro Gali, thank you Mr. Bling. Apalagi tadi? Ada Jaki. Ada Lord Yui, ada Mas Seno, ada Bang Ahmad tadi, ada Tiske, ada Bang Tri, dan teman-teman yang lainnya yang gak bisa disebut satu-satu. Aku izin pamit. Makasih sekali lagi buat malam hari ini. Aku izin pamit. Aku mohon maaf kalau misalkan ada salah-salah kata, sengaja atau tidak disengaja. Aku mau bikin kopi, abis itu nge-push Valorant sampai pagi. Waduh. Sampai ketemu besok. Dadah. Selamat istirahat.